right, where did we start last time on Dungeons and Dragons?
In the rings.
Woo-hoo! Specifically, though,
On a ship.
Ring 4?
We were traveling to Winterholm,
Yes.
aka Dahlnock.
Yes, it was Ring 4.
yes, you guys were in Ring 4, moving into Ring 3 to go
Mhm.
then travel to Winterholm.
We were heading to Winterholm because, and shout out to my boy Filibuster, this one's for him, because Drock pussied out of another 1v1.
Yup.
Yep. He saw the smoke and was like, "Not about that." So about going anywhere else, folks. And y'all headed to Winterholm.
And I think we headed there for a combination of, that's where the Legion was heading as well, right? For their mustering. And we figured a winter place would probably deter the Burning Death. Did we find that out after? That
think
is
we
in fact
did.
the case?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you had some suspicions, and then you were able to kind of clarify by talking to people that even if they are just assumptions, right? If it is not a proven thing, it is at least an assumption shared by multiple peoples, with some decent evidence pointing in that direction. So you guys actually had a couple of conversations, a couple of things happen on the way there, which we can talk whenever they feel like they're relevant. But you mentioned there are two names for this place. What's the dealio? Why? What's going on? I mean,
Well,
it's my world, so there's multiple names for everything. But in this instance,
the Legion had colonized the Infinite Rings and renamed the Minotaur name Dahlnock, the stone that blocks the stream, into House of Winter.
yeah, because it's a giant ice ball, and it was easier for them to say.
Mhm.
All right, so you guys. Go ahead.
Why do we have it labeled Edge of Madness?
There was a time where we thought, and we might be right, that each of these circles in the Infinite Rings connects to a place on our star map.
Right.
And so we posited that Edge of Madness was what connected to Winterholm.
So you headed there, and what's the deal with this place? What's going on? What does Dahlnock physically look like? Because it's a bit of a weird looking place, and I think that description is kind of worth taking a moment to explain.
It is miles long with a crystal ice coating. And wasn't it kind of just like a big fortress?
Yeah, I mean it's being used as a fortress, yes.
Is it just floating in space?
Yeah,
is it on
I thought
an
it was
asteroid?
like a satellite space station type thing.
Yeah, so it looks like from what you guys saw, it looks like some giant space station that is coated in ice and has lots of planar instabilities and nonsense in the areas around it. So it's very difficult to approach.
Because the Minotaur was basically guiding or helping guide our ship so that it stayed specifically on the Prime as we traveled there.
And why? Why is it important that you stay on the Prime as you travel there?
I think, do we know, is it multiple planes that you could fall into, or is it one specific one? But whichever one isn't Prime, it seems that there's like tons of nuclear fallout at those locations. And so if you slip into one of the other planes, you just like instantly die.
Yeah, so the Forerunner curse is there in full effect, and if you try to go through it, and you don't have a way that they're kind of say this is not really a thing that exists. If you don't have a way to protect yourself from the curse, it'll just kill you. And even to the point of there are these rings of ice, which when you're on space stations, or you're in the middle of space, having clean drinking water is oftentimes a concern. And there are these rings of ice around the station that are sort of further out from the sheath of ice that covers the station itself, that are in that field of the planar instability, and so the ice itself is also contaminated, and so you have this sort of multiple layers of contamination. So you need to make sure that it doesn't get on your ship as you fly through it and things like that. So all in all, that leads to a place that is used as a fortress because you pretty much need to be a Minotaur in order to approach it safely. And even if you can't approach it safely, there's really only one safe avenue to spin onto the station, and that sort of shipping lane almost, right? That little corridor where you can go up to the entrance and then you can teleport through the safe spot to get onto the station itself. There is a giant kind of conga line of ships dropping off people and supplies, and then dealing with some of the minor instabilities further on in the field, to kind of stay nearby, right? So there's effectively a spaceship parking lot that is minimally dangerous, that is maintained by the Minotaur, where everyone can sort of chill out. And then if you need to get access to the station, you sort of have to pull up to the shipping lane to be able to send people through back and forth. So you guys teleport out of the station, and nothing bad happens. All good things.
Mm-hmm.
We made friends.
Made friends immediately, as you do everywhere you go.
Reunited with some old lovers.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So we didn't get to Rancer and Rinky. We're not there at the docks. So what was going on at the docks?
We had to check in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like customs. So I was filling out paper. I filled out a lot of paperwork last session.
You did indeed.
Because I think I had to do standard paperwork for customs, and then I had to also agree to a bunch of conduct for everyone in the crew in addition to the customs.
Yeah, once you got to the meeting.
Yeah, and then once we got to the meeting, I think we were stuck in a logistics meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's further down the road.
So you get here and you start going through customs, and what happens while you're going through customs? There's a couple of different things that happen.
We got profiled in a stop and frisk by a cop.
Mm-hmm.
A cab.
And what was this particular brand of badness? I'm going to reveal her name because you did actually get it last session.
Oh.
Mm.
Is it Deva?
Pathar Quinn.
And what's
she was Halleck.
What was her deal?
What's that?
What was her deal? What caused you guys to have alarm bells go off when she was looking at you? A couple different things did.
Well, she was talking about us behind our backs.
Thinking about you behind your backs, but yes.
To other people.
Uh-huh.
And then I don't know if this guy. This was unclear to me. Did she command that guy to try to screen Drock, or did she just oversee him when he screwed up?
If I understood it correctly, it was separate. He was just trying to do that so that he could recruit me and basically make money and stop having to do manual labor. But we caught him and kind of gave his gem to her, which also made her mad. We might not have wanted to do that, but whatever. Which basically called him out for doing that rather than, him being up front, right? So I think he was doing that on his own, is what I got.
Yeah, he was like hiding some magical device, and one decided to chuck it at the customs agent.
Well, not at the customs agent, at the guard, because the customs agent was one of the Skrit units, one of the constructs.
Oh, okay. At Pathar.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in fairness, it was a psionic device, and she was psionic.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes perfect sense to me. One of many.
One of many explanations of what was going on. So the worker tries to get Drock to touch a thing so he could potentially pitch him, a spot in the Legion. He does it super sketchily and then gets caught. And then everybody is super trustful and welcoming everyone into the circles, and no problems had by all. As somebody else enters into the scene. So, well, actually, first of all, you guys did sort of pitch in or peek into the mind of Pathar when they were doing their sort of hidden communications. What was she talking to the rest of her crew about, or the rest of her line?
I mean, I think I just overheard Amar being thirsty.
Pretty much.
Why?
Yeah.
I do not know.
Yeah, so you tune in, and she's saying to Amar that she can see this person that he's described to her, and doesn't seem like it's all that impressive, and then gets the response back that actually it is that impressive, and you don't know what you're looking at, you don't know what you're talking about.
And then it also contributed to the amulet throwing.
Mm-hmm. And then we had someone else show up. Who is this guy? Who is this guy, and what's his deal? Because he mostly comes up to talk to JP.
He is, oh god, he's in the First Legion, and he's like,
he was like first of the second of the first or something. I probably wrote it down. He has a 2 on his armor, and oh yeah, nope, I lost it. He has some number associated with him that we're supposed to understand.
and okay. Is it that they drop the First Legion part, or they drop the last part because everyone knows that they're in the First Legion?
I don't know.
I think we thought it was the first part. I know we had like a long discussion, but I don't think I wrote it down about like lines and battalions, and he was in the battle mind one.
Yes.
Where he is a battle mind.
So the discussion is that there are potentially 4 numbers, if you're using exclusively numbers to describe people, or I guess technically 5 numbers. So there's the Legion, and the Legion is divided into cohorts. The cohorts are divided into centuries. Centuries are divided into lines, and then the people on the lines have like a rank. So there's 6 potential numbers, some of which apparently were not included when he gave his designation. But that he's the only person who gave his number sort of proudly and wears it very prominently. So it is likely important, or at least important to him. So this guy's a little bit more, we'll say, diplomatic. What is his explanation? He's a battle mind, and JP, what's his shtick? He comes and talks to you for quite a bit.
Yeah, so he was basically trying to recruit me as well. They seem to be made up mostly of battle minds, and I forget the 3 types of psionics, but he kind of described it. but there were a lot of battle mines, and he was looking for another one, and basically was trying to recruit me into the line. And then that's where I was going to ask a bunch of questions, and we never really got to that, which is fine. But yeah, I think that was primarily it, right? He was just trying to recruit me and get me into their party.
Yeah, so was noticing that you had potential, noticing that you were there, and also by the same token, you guys are aware that you've done this a couple of different times. If you go into some place and you're sort of glowing awesomeness, the local guards and people are going to be like, hey, those guys are obviously strong. We might want to take action. Maybe it's a come up and say hi. Maybe it's sound all the alarms. We don't know what the fuck's going on. Maybe it's approach with caution, right? So your characters should be aware that you're at the stage of the game where when you show up to places, unless you're specifically taking precautions to sort of hide your power and hide your presence, you're going to stand out in a crowd, right? Which is the same thing that a lot of the Legionaries, like Telek and Quinn, they're going to be obvious when they're going through a crowd. Like, they're going to stand out. And you guys are in the same sort of playing field.
He also did that kind of funny thing by trying to draw Drock away to see how far away he would get from everybody.
Yeah, bring me just out of lightning rush range. He was bringing. Who was he?
Oh, he was bringing Filibuster.
Billy, yeah.
So he was trying to see, without doing the sort of more obvious testing, he was trying to see if Drock was a battle mind by seeing if he would sort of naturally, sort of subconsciously make sure that everyone in his group stayed within a certain radius, which a fellow battle mind would recognize as sort of the edge of their protective field around their allies where they can redirect attacks to themselves. So you guys talk to him, and what happens next?
We go into the meeting.
Anything happen on the way to the meeting?
I invited Amar to join us.
Oh yeah.
Also, what did we say that made him go from, okay, they're here and he's checking us out, to bringing us to the meeting? I was distracted by all the battle mine stuff, probably both in character and as a player. But what was actually said? We mentioned we were there to meet up with someone in their ship, right? And is that what made him bring us to the meeting?
I kind of thought we had clearance.
Yeah, I thought we were. Oh, go ahead.
Rinky invited us through,
Yeah.
we told Rinky who we were, and she invited us. But I don't know that she necessarily had she just said oh, we're all here, you should come here too.
Yeah, so how did we actually get into the meeting? Regardless of being strong, you don't take random people into a meeting like that without some reason.
But we're cool with Aegis.
Yeah.
Also, isn't he supposed to be here?
Is he?
Not he himself, no.
Okay.
But I mean, if someone just walked into my area and was like, oh yeah, I'm cool with your boss, I don't know that. How did they trust us enough to actually pull this off?
Was La Jolla's part of it? I have that I wrote down that people kept coming up to him and giving him gifts.
Yeah, so the Minotaur of the station treat the runners like celebrities, basically. So that's what was happening. But one thing that I think would have been, if it wasn't obvious to the players, it is something that the characters would sort of recognize, is whether you like or dislike your interactions with Quinn, part of what they were doing was getting information on you guys, right? They were running checks. So while the customs people were getting you to fill out paperwork to make sure you're not bringing contraband in and you know what the rules are and all that sort of stuff, the guards were using telepathic communication and reaching out to be like, hey, these guys look unusual. Are these, we're verifying, right? We're checking these people out. So you guys basically had a sort of security clearance conversation that was happening while you guys were also quote unquote distracted by dealing with the worker and then talking with Talakalan. So I think some people who are insightful, like some of the characters that would be a little bit more insightful, would sort of realize that you were getting stalled until they could collect a bunch of information on you and then say, okay, these people are who they say they are. So on the way to the meeting, you meet up with Amar, who is thrilled to see you all.
All of us or one of us?
One of many of us.
One of many of us.
Although I think he was a little cowed because one of many complains to Talik about Amar.
I mean, it's a little disconcerting that apparently you sit on one guy's lap one time and then he's like obsessed with you months later.
I mean, I think that he was clearly infatuated with you when he invited you onto his lab. And then you agreed and he remained infatuated with you.
Dude doesn't even know me. Like, what even? And is he a Gith? He's not, is he? No.
I thought he was.
I'm almost positive he is.
Yeah.
Oh.
I
I thought they didn't have
mean,
noses. That dude has a nose.
he is not a Gith. I thought he was. I am also incorrect.
I thought-
He is Kalishtar,
Oh.
according to my notes.
Hmm.
No,
One of many back
that's
on
wrong.
board.
That's wrong. I'm looking at the wrong column. He is Githyanki. Yeah. So Amar Avanashi, he is Githyanki.
Wrong column.
Yes, I have a spreadsheet of NPCs. So I was
One of
looking.
his columns says Kalishtar.
The
Yeah.
column that has the members of the First Legion. One of the First Legion is a Kalishtar. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I want to meet a Kalishtar.
Aren't you? You're a Kalishtar in an Eladrian body, is that right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
am. I've never met anyone like me.
Maybe Kalishtar was in Amar's sexual orientation column, and he sees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That
That's
would
what it
make
is.
sense. Yeah.
He's bipolar sexual.
It's called ambisextrous, okay?
Nice.
The joke being, Kalishtar have dual minds, so they have they're kind of like built-in bipolar disorder almost.
Mhm.
Oh.
So he does approach you guys. Feels super awkward because he's gotten in trouble, but then also doesn't want to say no to being invited along. And then you guys make your way to the meeting, and something happens right at the meeting. It's a little bit more pomp, circumstance, and paperwork. What happens before you guys are actually led into the meeting?
Oh, we have to agree to.
Oh, yeah, like Hearthright.
Yes.
Yes. So it is very much it's not exactly Hearthright, but it's close enough with enough of the sort of overall verbiage that you can be like, oh, this is one of the derivations, right? This is one of the things that everybody was aware that Hearthright had a power to it, and that meant that there's a lot of cultural pieces that are still observed, even if the original reason why it was there is not truly there anymore, right? So you guys get let in, which your runner Lahaos does not like the fact that there's extra security in this area, because this is a Minotaur stronghold, and putting up extra walls is uncomfortable for him. So yeah, you go on inside and make it to the meeting. Do you guys remember who all was at this meeting?
The Legatus of the 12th and the 7th.
Mhm.
and the leader of the 301st, and Renser and Renki, and the War Mage.
Yep.
That is what I've written down.
That's the whole list of who's in the inner circle. There's a lot of other people around, but you guys, they have a big map that is obscured when you guys approach, and then as the circle is sort of sealed away, as the wards are put up to defend from scrying eyes, the map is uncovered, and we can start having a conversation about what's going on within the rings. So there's a
Who
couple.
are the two on the
Okay.
bottom left?
These guys.
Oh, those are
Yeah.
the automatons.
Yeah, so the one on the left are the scroll units, the ones that are the like dock workers, and the one on the right are the script units. These are the information goals.
Okay. And are
Um,
these Warforged?
They are not Warforged.
Okay.
They are golems, but they walk that fine line between golem and Warforged. So there's a lot of stuff happening at the meeting, and I'm going to take a step back because this is one of those points where you guys get a whole bunch of new information, and me giving the summary places importance on things. So how does meeting do?
Well, I
So
know.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
So they're trying to decide because there's been a bunch of like recent new activity, and they're trying to debate whether or not, or whether they should send like a big force to figure out and deal with it, or if they should do some scouting before they commit a larger operations force to the area. And I think the three new things that have popped up are those three green circles.
Yep.
And they don't know what they are, and they're, I think, arguing over which of two options to take for figuring out what they are. The smaller expeditionary force or the larger arrive in force contingency.
How do they
And
know that
go ahead.
these how do they know that these things have happened? Like how like
I think the War Mage just sensed them with divination.
okay.
Correct. Yeah. So
And
the War Mage has these sort of mass divination things that he's doing, and he's able to tell that there is something there to investigate, but he doesn't have a lot of details.
Has he done like a Wheel of Woe?
Have you tried Wheel or Woe?
Yeah.
No one had asked him, but it is a reasonable thing you might have asked. And basically, what he would say is he needs the Legion to decide what they're going to do, at least make a potential decision before he can see, because of the way the divination works. Right? It is,
Mhm.
we are going to take this action. What happens? But
Mhm.
he's not in charge of the people making the action. So he
Yeah.
needs them to come to some sort of conclusion to give to him so he can test.
Also, does the War Mage have a name, or is he just called the War Mage?
Initially, they just called him the War Mage, but he did introduce himself later as Kenner. Is the War Mage name.
Okay. And final question: did we ask about each, like the type of feeling of each site?
I think we did.
We did for at least one, because I
Yeah,
can't remember.
the wildest swing in history.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember if that occurred before or after I asked about like blending magic, I think is what Renki called it.
Yeah, I think that according to my notes, it was before. So Renki was saying like, or I think we asked Renki to like read the three spaces,
Mhm.
and one of them she said what was it? It's like I have it
What?
or something.
Yeah. Oh, I
And
know
then
what
you're
that
like,
is.
Eureka. Yeah.
Hmm.
And so then you asked about blending. And so she looked again, and that's where, and we didn't annotate these on the map, but I wrote down several of them lit up once she was like being aware of the blending.
Hmm.
For clarity here, so you got Renki to look at the different things. The things on the map here that are labeled Eureka, Site 1, and Site 2. She said, I can't read anything specific on Site 1 and Site 2, but then she had that feeling, which you were able to correctly identify for the third site. She was not the one that was able to identify the blending. So
Oh.
she was like, this is a thing that can exist. Once you brought it to the attention of the War Mage was the one that was like, well, it's not something we typically check for because it is effectively impossible to do in here.
Mhm.
But if it's going to make you feel better, let's go ahead and check it. Like, there's no reason not to. It's very easy to check. And then he checked and he's like, oh shit, the whole map lit up.
Was it every single circle?
No, it was not every
No.
circle, but it was when they were expecting a result of 0, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by blending?
Remember that door in Matsibu that we didn't go through because it was like very innocuous?
Mhm.
Innocuous. That's a blending. It just makes you
I
like not want to notice it.
Oh, right. Okay. It's kind of like yeah. Like the hallway in the like to the Mir prison ship
Yes.
where we were like, oh, we walked past this several times and didn't notice it, not because we didn't see it, but because we just slid past it.
I'm putting little squares on the map next to the ones.
I will also say that I spent, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes practicing how to give descriptions where I would always describe something else in more detail and more important every time you walk down that hallway.
You did.
I spent I spent an excessive amount of prep time to try to get that to work.
Other names that we have attached to these places, are these confirmed?
No.
Specifically, no.
Okay. We're
'Cause you-
just we think that like Purple B is Pillars of Creation, but we're not sure.
Yeah, and I think that so because Josh asked that, it's like I don't remember exactly how we did it, but we looked at the star map, the big star map, and there's like a circle around where we know the rings are because the rings are the unlabeled circle.
Yeah.
And we just kind of vibed it out, I think.
Okay.
We were like, well, but because I think we knew like certain things are like in the astral sea, and so those would be above, so those would be purple, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, but backwards.
Okay, great.
Yeah, because the astral sea is both above and below, depending on where you are.
Well,
Yeah,
So I
more
think-
the notation on the map is blue is positive, purple is negative.
Yes.
Blue is usually positive is usually astral sea. Elemental chaos. Purple is usually. Oh no, sorry, I said it wrong. Orange is below. Orange is usually elemental chaos. Light blue is normally astral sea, and the purple is prime, is relatively even. So very little charge, if any.
Wait,
Wait,
purple's
orange is
prime?
below. Light blue is above.
Yes.
I thought Winterhome was on the prime, though.
Winterhome is on the prime. That is correct.
But the plane that it's connected to.
Correct. So it has a special planar nonsense attached to it. What is the special planar nonsense attached to Winterhome?
Huh.
it is tied to a fixed point, like a
On the
constant
astral
point
sea.
on the other side. Yeah.
Part of the reason
Okay,
that
so on this
real quick,
map.
part
Okay,
of the
sorry.
part of the reason the colors are the way that they are is when we did that 3D model of the planes, the elemental chaos in the model is is orange, which is why I
Yep.
kept using orange, and the astral sea is light blue, which is why I'm using light blue for the astral sea.
Okay, so we know that the 6 light blue circles are on the astral sea.
Probably yes.
Probably yes.
You know that 4 of the 5, according to the Minotaur, are very clearly in the astral sea. One of them is assumed to be in the astral sea, which is the one at Winterholm, because they don't know where that one is. They have my beliefs of where it is, but they don't think you can get to it in any way. It's something that they've never been able to find a way to get there. So they've only been able to kind of guess at where it is. However, the other 4 are like known. They know where that goes to on the astral sea.
Right. Okay. And then God's Forge is the other one that they don't know.
Yeah, why was God's Forge red? Was that the other divine energy one?
I've got to go dig into my notes from the session before, which I was not doing.
Purple is Prime, orange is Elemental Chaos,
Yes, correct.
and light blue is, we're pretty sure, all Astral Sea, but we're
So
don't
why
know
are
about
there
2 of them.
no Wilds or Shadowfell connections here then?
The reason that E is red is because when you came in there, you were told that there was an incredible amount of flood activity around E, and that was why I did not color it red. So I don't tend to take notes when you guys color things.
Rude.
Who can remove that coloring?
If we knew that, we'd have the culprit.
I mean, I can remove it because I can.
So it's Gary. I'm just kidding. Okay. So orange, all 3 orange are definitely Elemental Chaos. They are also all below. 4. Below the Prime. The cyan are assumed to all be Astral Sea because 4 of them are for sure, and all of them are above the Prime.
So the 2 Bs they do not know where those go. Those are assumed locations. So everything else is correct that you just said.
Okay.
But wait, so the Great Hive is in the wilds. So that means that A can't be the Great Hive? Because you just said that's in the Elemental Chaos?
That is the information you have from the Minotaur.
Godforge is also listed as being in the Elemental Chaos on our star map.
Oh.
So that was the Pillars of Creation. Yeah, I have been confused about the names on these locations, and I don't know how we got them.
Well, I think the time that we looked at the map,
We'll have to go watch that again.
Let me see if I can figure out what session that was.
The only so okay. I want to make sure this is very clear from what you guys know from the Minotaur. You know that each of the circled locations, there is something there on the Prime, and that in those locations, there is also something on another plane. Right? So just to be clear that this is not like if you go to, the God's, what you've labeled here as God's Forge, right? If you went here, there is going to be 2 locations here minimum. one of which is going to be what it represents in the prime, and the other one is going to be what it's connected to that is a stable connection to another plane, and that those are relatively uncommon. There's lots of other locations on this map that are not labeled that don't have the stability that these things do because they're connected to another spot that's relatively stable on another plane. So anything that's on the prime, but it's not connected to anything else, it is in that sort of uncertainty field. And it is very difficult to traverse to or like live on or have any sort of like settlements or anything like that because it is constantly in flux. And most of the time, it's only the Minotaur that are there. So by context,
These
again,
are the fixed.
Go ahead.
So these are the fixed points precisely because they are a stable connection.
Correct. Yes. So they're
Right.
stable connections to places that they know they can rely upon. And that's how the runners navigate through the maze that is the interior of the rings, is they use these fixed points and their relationship to a single point near the middle to basically triangulate everything where they're going, right? That's how they pilot themselves through the rings.
Okay. So, do we think it would be helpful to just remove these labels that
I
are probably
think
wrong?
I think so. Like Rosenthal is in the Shadowfell.
Why are some of them red and some of them are white?
I don't know.
I think
Okay.
different people.
What?
My
I
guess
think
is
different
different
people
people.
submitted
Oh,
names.
I guess I did the white ones because I can edit them. Although I don't remember doing that, but okay, I'll delete that.
The
it
only,
was
the only
apparent-
ones that I've put on here are the green ones. So
So apparently session 107 is where we did this. Just if that's helpful to going back and listening,
107.
Josh.
So
Okay.
how are the Minotaur navigating these spaces if like Purple Sea and like okay, so like these blendings, right? Like are these recent? Because otherwise like how are are they like related to the entire location? Like the entire location is a blending, or is it like something in the location has a blending on it?
So Kenner was able to tell you that the latter thing is true. The entire location is not blended. There is signs that there is a blending at that location.
Right. Okay. Because otherwise the Minotaur wouldn't be able to. Yeah. And then like this seems like something that is like more recent because they would have noticed before now. They would have done something about it, or
I mean, not
So
maybe not.
necessarily.
two things. First of all, you guys do know from talking your initial conversation when you guys first got here, the runners are having more difficulty navigating the maze. So they're still able to do
Since
it
when?
since very recently. So like the past few weeks, it has been much harder to navigate the maze. There's also been tons more activity, all this sort of stuff.
I think
So
we
go ahead.
thought that might have been related to summer being reinstated.
So one, yes, that is a thing. And I had something else I was going to say, but I got distracted.
Sorry.
It's okay. Oh, the other thing of would they have checked it frequently? You know from the discussion that maybe not. It is something that is of limited use. These blendings things, and it is extremely hard to do. It is a very very rare talent to be able to perform one of these blendings. So they don't
Right.
need to check for it very often because there usually isn't a reason. Like it doesn't tend to have a big impact on stuff, and it's kind of hard to do.
And if they're not expecting things to change, then they're not looking for a change.
And they had so many other
Because they
things
said
in
like
that.
these points don't change, and that's why they use them to navigate.
Correct.
Interesting.
All right. So they're arguing, they're discussing. The Legionaries, all have different things that they want to do. Discussions about whether they're going to be sending more people in or whether they're going to be sending scouts in, what the best approaches to things are. And what do you guys ask quite a few really solid questions. But you all end up leaving the meeting to go do something else after a little while. But before we get to that point, is there anything else from the meeting that you guys think you want to bring up and point a spotlight on?
I don't know if this technically counts as reviewing the last session, but when the Moor Mage got very concerned that all these spaces had blending, was it like oh no, something has changed at all these locations and that's concerning? Or was it oh, we never checked to see if that was there, so this whole time we've thought this place was like totally figured out and it's not?
The reaction you got from the War Mage was more or less like a, huh. Like it's a curiosity. You get the impression from the Legionaries that for the most part, they do not think that those things are going to likely have a really big impact on like the overall like stability of the area, right? Like these things are minor things that now they know they're there, they can be on the lookout for them. Their only real concern is when it's coupled with stuff that they don't know about, right? So it's a blending on a place that they don't have any recon on, then it's going to make it harder to get any intel on. So these other places where they have some intel, but it might be slightly off because of these blendings, you can tell like, yeah, it's going to be a hiccup, but it's not going to be a problem on a larger scale, is the impression you get from the Legion.
Okay.
Most of their concern is at Site 1 and Site 2. Well, and when you brought up Eureka and what Eureka was, you could tell that it was known to the First Legion, and Talakalan was like, okay, yeah, that is actually a problem because we know what those are. Good questions, though. So, sounds like nothing else from here. And you guys had some discussions about what to do with these locations or with the blending stuff. And the Legions, I want to say they're exclusively concerned with, but they're primarily concerned with whether this is going to affect deployment and change how their deployment works.
Mhm.
And noting that one of the locations was here where you guys were currently, you all said that you would potentially go and investigate. You get the impression from the Legion that they are also going to send people to investigate what's going on. But likely it's going to be we individually do stuff and then we'll meet back and share information later rather than going together to do something.
So I have a thought. I don't know if this really does anything, but so Blue Sea, we were told, is the conservatory. And that's what the Minotaur call it. And we thought that that might be Matsibu. But Matsibu is on the Prime, right?
Sort of, yeah.
There's like a bunch of planar energy there.
Right. Well, because if it was Matsibu, that would make sense because we know that there's a blending on Matsibu. So if that's true, then what it could mean is all these ones with the little pink squares next to them, the blending could be literally just like a door. I wonder if it's possible that it could be that small and like pick up at this scale. Just a thought. Also, whoever's annotating in cyan and orange, can you make those bigger?
Sure.
Thanks. And then I also wrote down, and I don't really know why, but Kenner zoomed in on Purple Sea. and said there was lots of flood and psionics there, and gates and wards, and called that historical security.
And that's on the Prime too.
So-
Yeah.
When you guys were discussing what to do about these things, Kenner was kind of doing his own thing. And what he did was all the locations that showed one of those things on it, what he did was he looked at the map and he pulled up basically the master list of all the information they had about those locations, right? Because what was displayed on the mini map was sort of a hyper condensed version of information, right? They didn't have, a 10-page dissertation of all the stuff they know in that location. They had just a name with maybe like one like marker of something that they find important. And so what Kenner did was he looked at a location and they started flicking through it and be like, okay, what are all the things that are here? What are all the names that these things are called? What's the sort of the dossier for this location?
Mhm.
And then you decided to kind of look over his shoulder and kind of check through some of the stuff that he was checking through. And then you asked him to do the same thing with your current, where you guys are currently.
Mhm. And he said that the name meant that it was the source of the Alandari. Or
Yeah, so
something.
in the Legion's like their records, they don't call this place Stahelnok, and they don't really have a name for the actual location that is here, but this region of space that contains Stahelnok, it is marked on their maps as Layan Alandari, the source of the Alandar. Cool. So again, because I apparently don't know my players at all, you guys went at it from an angle that I wasn't necessarily considering you guys were going to be going through. But what did you guys decide to do once you found that there was a blending here and there's some other nonsense going on?
I don't remember why, but I just felt it was very important that we check out the heart of this place.
Yeah, I think we were like, okay, well, if there's a blending here, where is it going to be? And you asked, is there a center to this place?
Yeah.
And then we were told, oh yeah, there's like a shrine down in the center of the space station, and when Minotaur feel like giving up and we don't have a sense of duty, we go there to feel like spiritually refreshed. And we were like, that's the spot. Let's go there.
Yeah, and Lahios did not have he didn't have a specific reason to say no. Like this is an unusual request, but if you guys think it's going to be important, I'll send it up and get permission to go down there. Whatever.
L'Chaim has seen some of our
L'Chaim-
unorthodox decisions to be like, maybe they're onto something.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Is you guys talked to this guy, and he is a very, the way that he pilots, the way that he moves through the planes, he's a super intuitive person. He trusts his instincts and his intuition and sort of hunches on things. And so when you guys are like, hey, we've got a hunch that this thing is going on, he's like, okay, well, if it's going to cause a problem, then I might give pushback. But if it's not going to cause a problem, then why not? Let's see what's going on here. So you guys head away from the meeting, go through the bowel of the ship, and get sort of a smaller round of people going to your friendly neighborhood runner and offering thanks and stuff. You guys had a little bit of a moment earlier about asking him his perspective on things. Do you guys remember what Lahios' perspective on being the celebrity status that he has?
I feel like I wrote it down.
Oh, this is when we were walking to the meeting, right?
This is on the way to the meeting. It's not a
I
huge
think
deal.
he said it was sad because it meant that he's needed. It made him sad to like have to be a hero, basically.
Yeah. So he's like, when I joined and became a runner, we were sort of a curiosity that like people were aware that we served a purpose, but it wasn't like a big deal. But because we've been so important recently, because things have been so bad and we've had to step up, now we're being treated like celebrities. And I like it, but I kind of prefer that shit just wasn't broken all the time. So you guys head to the temple. And on the way there, Lahios sort of explains like this is the place that we go, and kind of says like gives you a little bit of background about the location of what they do with it, and then you get there and there is this massive automaton outside. And since you guys went through proper channels and did all the right checkboxes, that was not a combat, and instead Lahios was able to ask for and be granted permission to enter the sanctuary. The doors open up, and you all see this inside. That's where we ended session.
And the Minotaur was like, "That's not been here before."
Yeah.
Yeah, the temple is somewhat what he remembers, but the huge figure in the center of the temple that is not.
I think we might know who this is.
Al-Shaib. No, I'm kidding.
It was also very cold in the temple.
Yes, it is extremely cold in the temple. So you guys step in. You can sort of this huge beaten brass walkway that leads out in front of you is covered in a layer of frost, and you guys enter into this room of extreme cold, and that's where we'll begin session today. So you all head in. The room here you can see. So there are 6 platforms, 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Above each platform, you see a cube or a polyhedron that is floating, but does look like it is nominally supported by a cord, a glowing blue and orange cord that goes down from it into the darkness down below, and they sort of like hover and slowly rotate in the air. These 12-sided polyhedrons, and you can see that up to the left and right, high up on the walls to either side, there are rows of faces, so 6 on each side, and they all look like Minotaur faces, and they're enormous. Each one of them is 15 feet across and 20 feet tall, and the ones that have the horns like the Minotaur, you have these spreads of like almost like 30-foot horns that are up on the walls. And then you see in the center, there is a figure in the center of what looks to be some sort of circular mechanism. And that figure is massively tall, and you can see sort of the light diffuse behind it. And as its hands are in front of it, both fading away, one fading into sort of the sparkling, twinkling stars, the other one fading into the like absolute darkness between the stars. So this is what you guys see as you come in.
Do those look like tentacles coming out of its back?
They look like more of the cords that are running all over the temple. And they don't look like they're coming to its back. They look like they're coming to the center part of the platform. So on this map, it kind of does look like it's like plugging into this guy's back, but it's not. It's plugging into the platform that he's sitting in.
Okay, all right.
So last time we were in a room like this, we walked into a portal in the guy's stomach and ended up in Celestia.
I'm happy to test the theory.
Do I sense anything in this room psionically or primally?
Your psionics are going insane in this room. There is an incredible amount of psionic power in the room.
What's with the faces?
They're Minotaur heroes.
Ah, okay.
There were faces in the other in the Celestia room. Were they any specific type of person?
They changed as you guys entered.
They changed.
And they said the ones that connected with each of you all individually, the
Talk
ones,
to us.
not all of them changed, but like one of them turned into a goblin face and then
Mhm.
talked in goblin to your goblin. That is what happened in the Celestia room.
Gotcha.
Was this
And
room in Celestia, or was this room
no, it was
like where
on it was on Faith, right?
was it in the ship itself?
Yeah,
Yes.
it was in the world ship.
Okay.
Tell me more about these dodecahedron.
What do you want to do? What do you want to know about them? Also, if you
Uh,
guys can put your tokens on the map, it'd make my life slightly easier. I'm gonna try to see. Do I have a thing that shows?
Griff call.
I don't have the faith thing pulled up. So I was like, if I could just show you the faith map so you can see the two side by side, I would. Oh yeah, I do. It's right here. So
Oh.
I can pull you guys over. So this is what the faith map looked like. It is very, very similar.
Oh,
oh, it is
Uh,
very, very similar.
Please hold caller. I'm bugging out.
except there's blood on this one.
Yeah.
And this is what Marcel was researching. Like, got to this room and was like,
Yeah. He was like trying to find basically just stuff for On to keep her excited. And he found this portal that goes to a place that you couldn't be immortal to go to. You had to be mortal or a god.
uh-huh.
And the differences I'll point out is you knew when you were in here, you could see the floor, right? Because there's all of the stuff that was here was visible. The faces changed as you went in, and these little dodecahedrons, they were still here, like the 12-sided figures on the 6 platforms. They were there, but they were inactive. They'd been sort of like looted and broken open and tinkered with. None of these pieces functioned in the other one, and this in Faith. There is this like gear looking thing here, the base of this main platform, that on Faith was slowly rotating. It is not on the one that you're in now. So like,
And
okay.
sorry, no, you go ahead.
Mostly the point is that there's so many things that are similar that this is clearly like cut from the same cloth. Like this is an imprint of basically the same type of place, but it's definitely not the same room, right?
Yeah.
Like there are enough differences that you do not think it is reasonable to assume that they are actually the same room.
Right. And when I approached the big guy in the middle, that's where I like heard my sister. Right?
No,
Or
that was on Prosperity.
no, but wasn't there like a little thing where I swear there was like a second time where like okay, I'll look it up.
I know what you're talking about. And yes, there was something like it in the room, but it wasn't your sister that you were hearing.
Oh, okay. But there was somebody who was like,
Yes. You
I'm
heard a same
burning.
voice that you heard from the time before.
So I heard what I assumed was my sister. And it was like,
Was
I'm
it
burning, I'm
then-
burning.
If it wasn't your sister, was it then the like grandmother's voice, or what we think is grandmother's voice?
Maybe, yeah. So maybe this is Grandmother Winter. Connected.
I mean, it could be.
So what, since the dodecahedra aren't broken, what is in them? Or what are they
So
like?
when you send your senses out, you can feel this entire room is filled with psionics. The core of the psionic power you can sense coming from here is coming from those floating 12-sided polygons. It's like they're massive psionic batteries. So you can look at them and you can see that they're covered with runes and symbols that looks like old Forerunner writing. So they have all of these glyphs and stuff in the lost language of the Forerunners, and they exude an incredible aura of psionic power.
Griffel, can the helm connect with these?
I will try. They're kind of busy at the moment, but I'll give it a go.
So you kind of get the helm's attention, and the helm says that it doesn't sense anything to connect to.
Okay. Wrong kind of psionics then.
Lohayim, have these polyhedrons always been active like this, or have they been inactive until we came this time?
They are always here, always functioning as this. They give peace to those that sit near them. When I say that we are here to find our mission again, many of the times we will meditate. And he gestures, and you can see if you kind of step, like, it's a decent step off of the center platform or the center walkway onto one of those side platforms, but you can just take one long step to get off of it. And you can see that there are little my brain's not working. Not pillows, like little folded things of cloth for sitting down on. I don't know why my brain's not working, but there's little pads for people to rest on underneath the things that are there. There's nobody currently using them, and they don't look like they're used crazy frequently, but it does look like there are places that have been set up to sit underneath the those little glowing orbs.
Do you guys remember when we were with Eureka? Did he like project kind of like an emotional something? Like a calmness?
No.
No?
No, you don't remember, or no, he did not.
No, he did not.
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think he had any particular like emotional signifiers. Been going through notes lately.
Because I know he was trying to like recruit us to the hive mind, and I know he was like he had those people in like a stasis kind of thing, and he was like remaking them psionically or something.
Yeah, I thought he was like rebuilding their minds.
Yeah.
You don't want to be made better?
Yeah, like he thought he was doing good stuff. Okay, so can I psionically connect with the thing and see if it feels like Eureka vibes?
So you reach out, and it's difficult to connect with. My question is going to be, which one of they do feel all slightly different. Which one of the things are you going to try to connect to, or are you going to try to sort of examine them before you reach out to connect to one of them?
I think I would examine them before I pick one.
So the ones that are the closest to the door have a slightly more muted feel to them. So the 4 that are closer to where you guys came in have a slightly more muted feel than the 2 that are closer to the giant figure on the far end of the room. So the 2 that are closer to the giant figure are much more brightly lit. There's a bunch more energy coming off of them. They have this sort of almost like raw feel to them, like a live wire almost. The other 4 do not seem, they still seem active. They still seem like there's power there, but they don't seem like they're quite as like it's like looking at the difference between something that is like charged and something that is like overcharged. And then the 4 that are here, you get this sort of like almost like tingling numbness as you sort of examine them, and you can feel as you do that the connection that you have with sharp prey, like it shrinks back like away from you. Like it doesn't go away, but it's like the Fey presence pulls back away from you slightly when you try to reach out and touch these things.
I think I would go with one of the overcharged ones.
Okay, left or right?
Left.
All right.
No wheel or woe.
So you move up. And so as you reach out and sort of the sort of early feelings of connection to things happen, you get this sensation kind of flutter across your mind, like you're touching something that is designed to have like a call and response, right? So it's like it's like trying to verify you when you go to touch it. You do feel like you're connected to something there, but it's almost like you're at like a login screen, right? You can tell that there's something there. There's power here, but there's like some sort of security. There's something here that you feel like you would need to be able to do to open to be able to use anything that's here. And what you can sense without being able to open it so far is just that there is power here, that there is sort of a humming, featureless box in your mind that you can tell there's power there, but you can't tell any features or kind of any details about the power itself.
Can I mentally project I'm here to become part of the one?
You can definitely do that.
Great.
So let's see. What is the DC? That is potentially a problem. At 41. I'm gonna assume 41 hits your will because you get a powerful psionic backlash when you do that.
Okay.
And you can tell, right? It's going to build up for a second, and then there's going to be this mental blast. So if you want to do something to sort of shore yourself up, you're going to have 4 or 5 seconds before it triggers, before it goes off.
Okay.
You can tell it's going to be a sort of a heavy blow.
Okay. Would warp in the weave apply?
Warp in the weave, is that a... Could you hit me the button? Is it burst or blast?
Bursts and blasts.
Is it just you're not included as a target? Is that what it works?
My square.
Yes. That will work. It is a burst.
Okay.
So you warp in the weave, and then you just see this incredible wave of psionic energy kind of collapse right. I'm gonna say is like you sort of mentally keep yourself where you are for the warp and the weave, and then you like physically step one step out of the way, and you get to see this sort of flash of brilliant purple light just collapse where you were standing, and these spears that look like they're made of those like cuneiform looking symbols that the Forerunners use. Spears of those symbols fill that square with light, and you see them sort of like burn away and then collapse and die out after a moment. You think that there is a possibility that could have killed you.
Wild.
Maybe we shouldn't be. Just a thought, just
What is the one that you're saying you want to join with here?
I don't know. That's what Eureka said to us. That was like
I
his
don't
little.
think this is Eureka.
Yeah, I don't think that either now.
And because you want to be affiliated with Eureka, this thing is trying to kill you.
But I guess that makes sense because he was like a rogue forerunner, right? He was like a.
Yeah, we presume this was like. So my first thought when we stepped in here is this is hang on. Let me get a name. I thought this was like the Minotaur Mere.
No clue.
Ray's still Genielt. Genieltet.
That's the one.
That's the ticket.
Yeah, I thought this would be like some projection of him.
Could be.
Granted, I don't have the context of like you've encountered this type of room before, so.
Well, when
What
we were
was
in
this
this,
figure like in the first one? Like the big figure?
very similar, but red
Red. Okay.
red tinted. But when we were in this room before, we just kind of walked right up and went into the belly.
The belly there was like blood all over the room, and it had a very obvious like outlined ring where they had it looked like it had kind of been uncovered from the body of the figure, that there was the ring, the gate that had the markings on it that said you had to be you had to be either a mortal or a god to pass through. You could not be an immortal.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm down to just walk into the belly. I was just trying a thing.
Yeah.
And Lohios says the figure is not normally here.
Correct.
How is he responding to the fact that it is here?
He looks like he is staying kind of near the back of the group, and he's watching what you all do. As you guys have sort of shown, kind of like the earlier thing was like you guys have these hunches, and so he's like, okay, they don't seem to be freaking out about this. They seem to be sort of examining what's going on here, and he's waiting for you guys to react. You do see that he is a little bothered. Like he's obviously uncomfortable that this place looks different than what he's used to.
Yeah, and this is like a humanoid-looking figure. Are there any distinctive features like ear shape, or does it have horns on its head, or anything like that, or is it just kind of like an amorphous humanoid?
When you try to focus on looking for certain features, you will find those features are there.
So
Like
any
Annie?
feature that I look for is there.
Yes.
Okay, right.
What is La Hoyos? How does La Hoyos pray to these dodecahedra? What's that look
He
like?
sort of shrugs and says, "This is not prayer, not in your divine sense. It is a sense of understanding, of connection, conviction. This is our home, our holy duty to keep the rings safe, to keep the rest of everything else safe from what is within. This place fills you with an understanding that is the way it should be. It is difficult to explain, but if you get into the right state of mind and allow yourself to be sensitive to the energies without grasping for them, then you will be able to understand." So basically, he says, you meditate under one of these things, and it fills you with that sense of what we're doing the right thing.
Can I try doing that?
Sure. So Lahios will go and basically help you step across, because it is, for the Minotaur, it's like a reasonable size step, but they're also quite a bit bigger than you. So it's like a pretty decent step over what looks to be the void to get from one to the other. As soon as you step onto the platform where the little pads and stuff are, you can feel this almost like sizzling sensation in your feet as the bottom of your feet go numb. And as soon as you step onto the platform, you feel your connection with Sharp Prey just vanish. But he will kind of show you how to sit down, correctly on one of the pads. There's this kind of slight awkwardness because your legs don't bend the same way as his, so as he's trying to like rearrange the pad for you to sit down on. But your character is a very accomplished scion. If you were lower level, or you were less experienced, or you were not a psionic class, you would have to make a check of some kind. It does not take any check to be able to get the experience that he's talking about. You take a couple of minutes and focus and meditate, and then once you can sort of open yourself up to being sensitive to the fact that there is like latent psionic energies rather than connecting with it directly, you do get this sensation sort of flowing off of the thing above you, of that sensation of what we're doing is correct. This is where we're supposed to be. This assurance that now that you're sensitive to it, you've sensed things like this before. When you're near one of the world ships, when you're near like Faith, and it has that aura of, hey, you need to be more trustworthy. The reason it's called Faith, right? You do things in good faith for that reason. It is the same sort of sensation. It's just a lot more concentrated, right? It's not the whole ship. It's not the whole region that does this. It's basically just off of this little cube. You get more than about 10 feet away from one of the cubes, and the signal is weak enough that you can't sense it.
Interesting.
But I will say that even though it is like a smaller range, it is a much stronger sensation. It is much more concentrated, sort of in every sense of the word.
Can I project that feeling to the group?
Mm-hmm. And the others can feel it through you. What is Drock doing as he enters into this room?
I was really curious if they were going to connect and speak anything at all, like the faces in the first one. But I'm probably just kind of standing in the middle of the pack, making sure I'm in range of people and watching what's happening. Don't really know beyond that right now.
Okay. And is there anything that Griffel is doing? I'm going to kind of go to everybody since we've focused a little bit on one of many for right now, for obvious reasons, right? It's a big psionic room. But what is Griffel doing?
Is there anything in here that I recognize? Or is this all like brand new, never seen before?
The Forerunner tech that's here looks like old Forerunner tech. It looks like it's in pretty decent repair. And none of it looks like it is completely alien to Forerunner tech, right? Like it looks like a good example of Forerunner tech that you're like looking around, like, okay, well, if I was someplace where there was a lot of tech, it would look like this. It looks like it's fairly well maintained, which is sort of true of all the stuff in the Minotaur area. But nothing jumps out.
But they don't necessarily know how it works or anything. Like,
yeah.
Okay. And was it when one got the backlash for projecting like I'm here to join. Was that from the cubes, like the dodecahedrons, or was that from the figure?
It was from the specific cube that she was connecting to. So the sort of the end of the row on the left.
And are there any appreciable differences between them?
Other than the fact that 4 of them seem like they are sort of running on slightly lower power than 2 of them, there doesn't seem to be anything obviously different. Now, the runes and stuff on the outside of them is different, but nobody knows the language, so you don't know what it says. But anyone can tell it's not the same set of writing repeated 6 times.
Okay. So perhaps they all do a slightly different thing or contribute a piece to a whole.
Potentially.
I'm gonna walk up to the figure.
So you walk up, and as you get to the edge of the platform,
Right here.
you see the gear down below very slowly click, and you can feel the whole platform below you sort of sink slightly and start to slowly turn. You see the metal that's between the central because we have this sort of isometric top-down view, it is slightly hard to see that this is a diamond shape here. But there is, in front of you, there's a giant diamond-shaped platform. And then around that, there is this gear. And then in the top of the gear, there is this thing that has this sort of strange mottled look to it. And as you step forward and the gear sinks down, it looks like the surface of the top of the platform goes liquid. And it looks like molten metal, but it's not giving off any heat. And as you get up close to it, you can see the head moves, and as you kind of like focus on, when you look at the mouth and you think about different things, like you're looking at details, right? You're looking for, is it got like a muzzle, or does it have fangs, or is it having like flat teeth, or you can see it change as it's moving to kind of always be what you're thinking about in the moment. It's always changing to react to you. And it does send out this sort of strange speech that fills the area. And as it starts to go, Ras ban hain margan sarasit nahin nahai, and starts to say this long phrase, you do not recognize the language.
Does anyone recognize the language?
I think one of many does. One of many, you can speak some form of supernal, can't you not?
I can.
What form of supernal can you speak?
Regular, not proto.
All right. Oh, that's right. Okay. So I need some sort of check from you to determine what's being said. You can tell that it is supernal, but it's a different dialect than you know. So there's potentially some pieces that you're not going to go. I'll make the check for you, but how do you normally try to go through these translations? You can use history and streetwise. Those are the defaults, unless there's something else you want to use, or if there's like a spell, ability, ritual, anything you want to do to try to augment this.
I don't think that I have a ritual. I think I would go with history, just drawing on all of the supernal that I've seen throughout the last couple of months.
Do you have anything that potentially gives bonuses? I just see a +2 bonus to knowledge and monster knowledge checks from the headband of intellect. Is that included already in your number, or no?
Oof. I don't think that it is included in the roll. I have, let's see. have rerolls, but yeah, I don't think that I have
Okay, so
anything.
I will say that if you wanted to use one of your rerolls,
Yeah.
this would be a time where it could be relevant.
Okay. Let me just remind myself what I have. Sorry. Okay, let's see. So I think that I've used my lucky charm, my ring, my ribbon, and my stone of spirit.
You might not have one.
So I don't think that I have one that's not attack based.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 second.
I do speak with spirits, but I think I have to do that beforehand.
She's dead, isn't she?
You do have to do it beforehand typically. However, I will let you know if you want to use speak with spirits with this, you can, because the message is going to repeat. So you could sort of use it on the second repetition.
Okay. Yeah, so it adds my wisdom modifier, which is only 2, but
Is that enough? 1 second, let me look. 'Cause I feel like you were close. 2 would be enough.
okay.
2 would be enough. So the message is sort of garbled. You're not exactly sure what's being said, and then the message repeats in Supernal as this voice says, "The paths are closed. The way is not safe. A shadow passes near. Worry not, mortals. Your gods stand united. The crusade is with us. The gates remain sealed. Have faith. Have..." And then it repeats.
She's uninformed.
I will say that you can tell that if you get close, or if Griffle takes a step back, the message stops playing.
If I get close specifically?
If you get close to standing next to where Griffle is, the message stops playing. And if Griffle steps away, the message stops playing.
What if I move up?
If you move up, how do I phrase this? Kind of like a combination of things, right? If you were standing there by yourself, the message does not play. If all 3 of you are there, the message plays. Basically, Griffle needs to be there in order for the message to play in some way. And since Michael is technically here, if you test it with Filibuster, the same is true. Either Griffle or Filibuster needs to be at the end of the platform. And it seems to be that the presence of Drock prevents the message from ending if either one of many or more in approach.
Oh, but if just
Oh.
Morin or I approach, it ends?
Correct.
I would like to exert my new power towards this thing and rip the way open.
You send your power out, and you see the stomach, the sort of chest cavity of the creature, of the figure, not creature, of the figure, open up, and you see that like a set of rings that don't look like spin disc rings. They look like the teleportation rings that you guys have seen in a couple of different places from you saw at the temple, on the outside of the temple when you guys were in Kalzamatar, that very distinctive interlocking circular rings that you've seen in a couple of places. You see a set of those rings open up, and when you send your power through, you see it lights up the rings, and the interior of the ring just sort of, and there is this wave of heat that comes out as soon as the portal snaps open, that carries with it this sort of like sickening sensation. Like it feels like looking at the portal makes you want to turn away and vomit.
Interesting.
And you can see that the edge of the platform, that sort of diamond-shaped platform that he's in the middle of, in the very center of the room, that place has this weird sort of like almost like a miniature water cycle happening, right? Because there's a layer of frost that superheats and then it flows away from the portal, and then it sort of rains down and coats the things nearby in frost, and the wheel slowly turns. And as it turns, more frost gets brought close to the heat that then does the same thing.
I see. This is radiation, right? This is like what's on the other side. This is what the stable point is bound to.
Yeah. Seems like it.
So
What is
you're,
the
when it opens up and you see this, you kind of turn away, you can tell your helm sort of latches on to what's there, and you can sense the planar energy through the portal, and the helm sends you back. It recognizes what's on the other side of the portal. It's the Alendar.
Oh.
No.
So we like can't go in there.
So you open up the portal. You guys are all having this moment of like, if you're at the edge of the platform, you can feel the heat and nausea, but like one step back and you're kind of at the edge. So you're like at the very outermost edge of the sensation. And as you guys are standing there doing stuff, you can see that as soon as the portal opens, Laios puts up his helm, and you see him kind of clicking through his helmet and sort of muttering to himself as he looks like he's very clearly examining stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, this is something that I have really struggled to understand. The Alendar is not a place, right?
It is a planar feature. It is not like a single point. It is a river of planar energy that goes through many different planes.
Mm-hmm. And remind me of some places that we know it goes through.
Yes. As far as you're aware, it goes through everywhere. It touches everywhere at some point.
Okay. And this is like this reads to me as radiation. I don't know about the rest of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you guys are kind of sitting here looking at this thing, discussing, realizing what it is, Laios, as he's clicking through things, he says, I understand. You are looking for unique things, and you perhaps have a plan. You are not sharing. If your plan is to enter that, I would recommend not doing so directly.
Thinks we have a plan.
He's sweet.
Don't tell him we don't.
So I know like the Legion was dispatched or whatever to deal with an increase of activity along the Alandari, but like does anybody go to the Alandari? Like I know you just said it touches everything. But like
So
yeah.
let me just for clarification for words, because normally I don't try to correct your guys' notes on things. It is going to confuse me if you mix these two words. So the Alandar is the name of the sort of
Yes,
extraplanar river of power.
Yeah.
Alandari are a people.
Yes.
So
sorry about that.
that's fine. Just
so the Alandar River, is it known to us that there's any place where you could actually like go to it, enter it, or is it almost like a wormhole through space was kind of, I guess, how I was envisioning it before.
So it's a boundary line and there's basically just like a crack through all of the planes that has this river of insanely chaotic, mutating, destructive energy. And there are like rumors and prophecies of things about there being growth, there being something that will survive being near the Alandar, where everything just dies immediately when it gets close to it. And
Okay.
God.
What do we think about this being the wall and a point on the Alandar being the gate, as in the boundary of reality?
Oh.
Because anytime the gate is mentioned, it is also mentioned that it is like a gate in a city and that there is like a wall, and the city is somewhat described as like our known reality, like all the planes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What if this is the place where, like, what if this is the boundary of reality through which the adversary broke through in the first place, and that like is the scar left behind from the
That
destruction?
would be very cool. I have a thought related to this. Would I be able to do projected consciousness into the portal?
For like a moment, yes, and then it'll get destroyed because you can tell that it is on a different plane, and you can't project consciousness across the planar boundary and like have it. So like you can do it and get like an instantaneous like snapshot of something, but it's only gonna last for a second.
Okay. Do we think like being in a spacesuit could make you safe to go through this portal, or like they're not? I mean, a spacesuit's like radiation proof, right?
I don't think your characters would have that information on hand. That might be something you could ask Lahios, but I don't think I try to give you knowledge your characters would have. Your characters aren't that adept at like spacewalking and shit.
Okay. Because we talked about we talked to Crom, who wasn't Crom, like all about the Forerunner curse.
Mm-hmm.
And like how people dealt with it.
Yeah, usually just avoid it.
Okay.
They can use a suit to go into areas that are affected by the curse for short periods of time. Mm. But even then, the primary thing is they put lots of signs up to say, don't go here.
Okay. Because here's a thought that I have, you guys. So I have Whispers of the Edifice, which is where you can talk to a room. And the room or area knows what's happened inside of it for its entire existence.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yep.
Hilarious.
We're just playing Disco Elysium now.
Yes. That's my favorite game. Here's the text.
while I think it is
Okay.
awesome, and you might be able to use some part of it, this room is too big, I think, for you to use that power.
Yeah, but you could use it. I mean, that part of a room, right? Oh, the room can be but it says area, so couldn't you do like an area?
Yeah, so it can be no longer than your level on a side. So like you would need to have some way of bounding this thing.
I couldn't just get like 18 squares, like treated as like a blast.
So and like you can, but you're gonna need to give me a like. So I'll give an example.
I'd have to cordon off the room.
You would have to mentally define an area. So what I
Okay.
mean by that is like you could do something and say like, oh, this disc, like this gear,
Is an area.
is an area, and you say,
Yeah.
I'm going to do the gear, right? Or you could
Yeah.
try to do like one of the little pieces, one of the little platforms, right? Like you wouldn't be able to do or you could do like, oh, I'm going to do an area where like there's a row of the heads. You could do like several of the heads together. But, like you're not going to get the entirety of the room, but you are going to need to like, you can't like pick like, oh, I'm going to take, you couldn't do like this, right? You can't do, I'm going to take a thing that's got a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of something else.
Sure,
You
that
have
makes
to sort
sense.
of define it in your head as a thing is the way that
Yeah.
it works.
I get you. I was actually thinking about going through the portal though and doing it on the Alendar.
I don't think that would work.
That is surely bigger than our level in size.
That is truly enormous. Yeah.
But it could just be the area that the portal connects to.
You could just do it on the portal platform, like
I
on
can.
this side.
I can definitely do that. If you guys are in agreement, I think that
it's
would
a
be
good idea.
interesting to do. Cool. So I will approach. I think Drac needs to approach so that the portal doesn't shut me down.
Mm-hmm. And it does just, slowly repeat the message. It's the same thing. It takes it, like a minute to say the full statement, and then it'll pause for a couple of minutes, and then it'll say the statement again. And you go in Whispers of the Edifice.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna need an Arcana check from you before it is this thing. I need to know the rules. Hang on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need the spell has an Arcana check as part of the thing that it does, but there
Yes.
is another effect here that I need an Arcana check for you to try to get through.
Okay.
Um,
So first, I will do.
Okay.
This is Arcana to see if I get through the effect.
Correct. This is to you can. I mean, as soon as you start casting it, you can tell that there is a powerful ward here. That is going to be you're going to have to like overcome before you can sense what's here.
That's good enough.
Oh, it's actually not Arcana check. Hang on.
Oh.
Unless you have something that allows you to use Arcana to penetrate this effect, which some abilities do. It is actually an insight check to break through.
Oh. How would I know if I have something that lets me? I guess it would be like if you could use insight, you could use Arcana. I don't think I have
Correct. Yeah.
that. Okay, insight. Similar.
Let's see. All right, so the DC is this. Wow. Literally the DC on. Cool. All right.
19.
It is DC 29. So you barely penetrate a ward that was placed on this platform.
Cool.
And it looks like something that has been placed somewhat recently, probably, because
Oh, really?
it still feels active.
Can I get anything else out of who placed it based on breaking it?
Not on. You did not break it, but you did not have a high enough check to be able to sense the presence of the thing that's there. Excuse me. But you can tell that it is a like a powerful illusion. From the descriptions that you've gotten from the description of what a blending is,
Mhm.
you think that this is at least where one of the blendings was or
Okay.
is currently, because it's still affecting you.
Well, should I just use that 30 Arcana for the ritual?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
that works.
So
So you have the thing that gives you one more question, right?
it's only for divination, and this is exploration, so
Exploration. Yep.
it does not apply.
Okay. So the effect of the ward, even though you were able to overcome it, you didn't overcome it by enough to completely negate the effect. So you are going to get one less question, but it doesn't lower you to 0, so you're still good. So you have 2 questions instead of 3.
Okay. I'm thinking it would be interesting to ask who placed that word, and I'm also thinking it. I guess I don't know. You guys have to help me out here.
When things changed, right, would be interesting, or what caused them to change, right? Like if this portal's not always been here, when did that happen, or how, or the trigger
I think
condition?
that's the illusion. That's the blending. I think this thing was always here, but they couldn't see it.
Oh, and you think it's gone now?
Yeah, I think we pushed through it.
But
'Cause I think
is it different for Lahios? Like, he's been here and he said this is different than before. And I don't think he did anything special while coming in.
But do you think that it's like, because once one of us noticed the door, it was like we obviously noticed the door, right? In the For the prison.
Mm-hmm.
So like if we knew we were coming into a room and we knew there was a blending that we were on the lookout for, would that make us look
You mechanically you would be able to use your passive checks in order to detect a blending. You still have to actively find it in order to do that, but normally you do not get a passive check against something like a blending. You have to actively know that there's something to look for. The check that was here was high enough that your passive did not automatically detect the blending you sensed once you did the whispers.
Oh. So the blending wasn't obscuring the big figure?
No, but it is on the platform.
Oh. Do I see anything on the platform now that I've overcome the ward that I didn't see before?
Let's see. You probably don't, but I don't have. Who has the highest passive perception? I'm almost positive that's Filibuster.
I think it is.
Yeah, mine's 18
I have
or
20.
28.
Someone would hit his perception button and add 10. His perception is 8 higher than that. So his perception is 28. Does anyone beat 28?
Beat it.
No.
You beat 28 or you're at 28?
I'm at 28.
Okay, so you're both the same. So you both would notice that there are a bunch of what look to be like scratch marks on the plate that sort of diamond shaped platform. It has a bunch of these little scratches in the surface that look like they're recent additions.
Like just claw marks or like scratching something out?
They look more like claw marks.
Didn't we see a bunch of claw marks at the sphinxes? domain. Do you guys remember that?
Like outside?
Yeah, like something had come by and like defaced it.
This does not look like that. So
Yeah.
Okay.
yes, those were on the like statues and stuff. Like something had ripped them apart. This doesn't look like it. These are much more like spaced out, almost
Okay.
like something that was walking across it had claws, and it just sort of like maybe wasn't making an effort not to scratch the ground,
Okay.
rather than like defacing something or like intentionally ripping it up.
Gotcha.
So what sort of questions? You got 2 questions.
I know. I mean, I definitely want to ask about the blending. Does anybody else have?
I
thoughts?
kind of would be interested to know, when did the shadow pass near, or how long has the way been closed?
How long has the way been closed? All right. So trying to think of like, can we phrase this to get a lot of?
Try to milk the 2 questions for all they're worth.
Yes. How about who closed the way and when? And how? No, who closed the way and how long ago?
That will be 2 questions if that is the plan.
Okay. How long ago was the way closed?
So you send it out. You get a thing back that's somewhat confusing, because it's not like a voice, right? It just sort of like gives you the impression of things that are here, and it gives you this like time before time, like gives you something truly ancient. And you be able to figure out from the context that the room is giving that it is like, many thousands of years ago the way was closed. I would say that your
That would
character
make-
would get enough context to think that it's probably from the Third War.
Yeah. Okay. I'm inclined, I think, to ask who placed this blending.
I like
Is
it.
that what you ask?
Yeah.
So there is sort of this weird sensation of something like crawling inside of you as the room tries to express that there was something inside of it that was prowling around. And there is this sound that accompanies it. It sounds like blades rasping on one another. And there is a sensation of like almost like being hunted, like something is following behind you. And there is this sort of shh, 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 shh. You get the impression that the room doesn't really have a name that can associate with it, but it gives a sense of self for this thing. And when you give out like who, it just gives you this sense of something that is very faintly heard, very faintly felt, and not seen at all. So, from the room's perspective, whatever it is quiet, stealthy, and invisible.
That feels a little like it could be a star shadow. But do they
Or
have claws?
is, are he who comes after and he who walks behind the same?
Mm,
I do not assume those questions for me. I mean, they are, but I'm not going to answer.
Didn't it say that like the impression of something walking behind it?
it did. So the
Yeah.
name that I have, or the notes that I have, say that Slayer, aka Terminus, is he who walks behind and he who comes after.
I will say that you've gotten that sensation enough before to be able to distinguish this as being something different. There isn't a sensation necessarily that the thing is behind you so much as it's like stalking. But the room doesn't have a good way of expressing it. You get the sensation you'd be able to, like, if you saw this thing or you encountered it, you feel confident you'd be able to connect the dots. But without any more information, you're not really sure what this thing is.
Hmm. When we were in Faith, do you remember how when we came out of the Celestia portal, we had to fight those things with was it Marie?
Mhm.
Weren't those like Gary Shadow Wolf things?
The wolves were on your side because those were Marie's wolves. But the Stitcher of Crowns was the thing that you were having to fight back then.
So, but this is not like pinging any adversary guy that we've seen before, in my mind. That guy has really big claws. I'm just saying.
He does. That's why I think it's not wholly wrong. But that is what you fought before. That is the Stitcher of Crowns.
His face is just a bunch of different birds.
Yep. Well, it's a bunch of the same bird, but yes. They look like a mix between. They're supposed to look like a mix between vultures and geese.
Gross.
So, yeah, that is the information you have. You see, Lighthouse is watching you guys as you do your rituals, paying attention.
So, one of many tried the platform on the left closest to the portal, and it was charged heavily. Have we tried one of the less charged portals?
We have not.
No.
I'd be interested to go and try the same thing, but on the back right portal and see what happens.
So you walk over there, you get to about here, and as you go to like, all right, I'm gonna walk down here, I'm gonna step across this thing, you can feel your flail sort of tugging against you, like sort of like if you're like brain, if you're like your shirt sleeve or something gets caught on a doorknob, right, where you can feel like you're caught and like it doesn't want to move. That's what it feels like when you go to step across. Like the flail does not want to be held while you step on the platform.
Okay. In that case, I'll probably just abandon the attempt. I'm not going to put it down just to step on the platform. One, would you be willing to try going to a different platform and see if we get different results?
I can. Sure. I'll go to that bottom right platform.
Okay. It is a similar, once you kind of get into the meditative state, you get a very similar vibe from the other side. That sort
Like
of
the password thing.
I'm assuming you're getting the like meditating, seeing what the vibe you get from this thing is. Do you want to try to touch it to do the password thing again?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of many has licked one D-cell battery, but surely this one can't also shock her.
Surely this one will be better. All right, so you get the same sort of thing. Last time, it's a sensation of like you get, I'm going to use sort of computer terminology, right? You get to a login screen, but you can't sense if there's anything going on. Like there's power, there's something behind the login screen that you can infer, but it doesn't feel like there's anything there. This time, it feels like there's something actively moving. There's like, imagine you're at a login screen and you can see in the background behind the login screen like colors and things moving. Like there's action happening that is all blurred because you can't see it, but you can tell that there is stuff going on behind the spot that you're not able to get past to. And again, you get to that thing where it looks like it is asking for a passcode or a connection.
Ugh. Okay, can I like connect with Drock and this thing and try to like call up the time that I was in his body and was a Topaz Crusader?
Okay. Sure. If Drock is all right with helping out with this,
Yeah.
Drock is going to need to go onto the platform to do this.
Oh.
I also think if this thing is really, really strongly winter aligned, getting the Summer Night involved is not a good idea.
That's true, but the big guy said something about the Topaz Crusade. Okay, you got any ideas then of how we might crack this thing?
I don't.
So, I know it was mentioned the Topaz Crusade, but the fact that my weapon, Summer Align, does not want to be anywhere near this might indicate, yeah, maybe not Summer then at all. But is it other powers conflicting? Is it not Summer versus Winter? Is it Fae versus, the Alandar or something? Like, what other things could it be?
Well, it's weird that my connection to Sharp Prey went away because that is primal. And so you'd think like even if this were winter, wouldn't like Sharp Prey wasn't specifically summer.
Oh, when you came back on, did your connection to Sharp, like when you came back to the mill, did your connection to Sharp Prey return?
Yes, and also that Sharp Prey is associated with one of the courts. It's just not associated with Summer or Winter. It's a wild fae.
Oh, so then that should be not like odious to winter, right?
Yeah, they're kind of neutral, and story wise, like the creatures of the fae, like 80+% of your standard Feywild creatures are wild fae. Like the vast majority of them are wild fae.
Okay.
Maybe jump back to the mill platform. Ask. Sorry, name Sharpray. If it knows why the connection was lost.
Okay, sure. I will disconnect from this dodecahedron. Does Sharpray know?
Are you going to use your power to summon Sharpray?
Yeah.
So, Sharpray appears, and it sends to you an intense discomfort once it is summoned. It does not like being in this room. It doesn't like being anywhere close to this room. But he will stay here because you called him up, but he's happy to leave as soon as you allow it.
What doesn't he like about this room?
The it kind of nods to those dodecahedrons that are floating there, and it says, "Not predator, not prey, is trap without cycle," and sort of sends back the idea like it wouldn't have a viscerally negative response to something that's a predator or something that has like a prey thing. But that thing it's identifying that as that's something that hunts and isn't planning to kill. It's just planning to cause like pain and suffering.
Hmm.
And it's indicating that to the dodecahedrons?
Yes. So these things, it considers them to be like artificial in a way, right? Like think of if you ask like a creature and you get asked it to sort of explain violence, and it's like, well, I understand violence and the fact that things need to eat or protect their territory or those sorts of things, but then like it's like I don't understand things that are like war, right? Like it's saying like the concept of like humans waging war on one another, that's just wrong, and that's what it sees these things as. It sees these things as unnatural violence, like violence that is different than the normal cycle of life that it thinks is just not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing.
And what did Lahaio say about these? Because he obviously knows enough to meditate with them. Like, what are they to him? And did he say that? I might have zoned out and missed that. Sorry.
So he would say that they are they're relics. They're things from the ages before that they keep well maintained, as is their sacred cause, and they don't really serve a purpose other than as a meditative thing. Like this is something that it's one of the things that you guys said, hey, we want to go here, and he's like, I mean, we can. They don't use this room for a function other than to have like a retreat for people that are feeling disquieted or worried, or they need some place to withdraw to. That's what they use this place for. And if you go and you sort of ask him again, you can see that he's up at the front of the platform, and he is kind of where Griffcall is on the map. And he's taken his equipment out, and he's like cleaning his gear and checking his stuff, and he puts his finger on his chainsaw blade and sort of spins the blade to make sure that it doesn't catch and things like that. Like he's very clearly sort of like going through these I don't want to say they're like coping mechanisms because they're not quite right, but like someone who would sort of if they want something to do like busy work with their hands, they might like disassemble their gun and then reassemble their gun. That's what he's doing.
Is there a log for this room? Like when the last time someone came in? Like, again, trying to figure out when and what happened, right?
The Guardian would know the log of all that come in and go. Is there a specific thing you are looking for? I can ask and get specific information. But the Guardian is more ghost than person.
More just wondering when the last time someone was here and if they noticed anything odd.
So he shrugs and says, "Okay." He finishes putting away his gear, and then he'll walk to the door and goes outside, says that, takes a couple of minutes to talk to the Guardian, and comes back inside and says, it has been a couple of weeks since someone has been in here. It is not a frequent place, even for us. And then for us, it is mostly runners and people who have difficult decisions to make, leaders and things of the like that come here. It has been a trying time recently, and a time for action, rather than a time where we can reflect. So nobody's been in here in a while, but he also doesn't think that's unusual. Everybody's been kind of busy.
Would the Hoyos be able to weigh in on the claw marks?
He says, I can check, of course. Are you going to tell me what you plan to do, or what you know about your revealing of things? He sort of gestures towards the platform.
If
And
I knew,
basically-
I would tell you.
Okay, so basically what he's asking is like, do you want me to have like a complete outsider's opinion? And it's like, is this, you're asking for a second opinion, or do you want to give me information and then, we can sort of put our heads together, right? Like he's wanting to know how you want him to approach it.
Oh, well, I would tell him what the room told me about the prowling and the rasping and the hunting.
It is, there are things that could meet some of those descriptions, but there are very few select things that are creatures of flood that can deceive the physical eye. Most of them focus on deceiving the mental eye rather than the physical one. So he's like, I don't know what it is. It doesn't meet the descriptions, but I can take a look. So he steps over, goes and stands on the central platform. You can tell that he needs to stand there to kind of get a close look at things, and he sort of bends down, tinkers with his little visor to look at things, and then he comes back over and says, I can give little information, more than I suspect you know. It is a creature. I think it is of fairly large proportions. The marks, some of them are, and he kind of gestures with his hand, and you can see that he means it's roughly the size of the depth of his thumb. They look, some of them are fairly deep, but not with force, which makes me think it was something that just is danger, rather than something that was attempting to be dangerous. And as you can see, it is connected with the thing that you have revealed. And he sort of gestures to the platform, and then he gestures to the portal, and he's like, the two things go together, obviously. So
Does it look like the claws were going into the portal or out of the portal?
it looks like they were walking around. Like they're in a couple different places. Maybe like something was pacing along the edge. You know that there was a ritual done on that platform. You think that it was probably moving along in an area, just kind of like what you would have to do to sort of circumscribe where the area you're doing a ritual is. It looks like something was doing the same thing. Griffle, when Lahios kind of goes, oh, these two things are linked, you can tell that he kind of is pointing to something in the portal. Like it's not just the portal in general. He's pointing at something specific.
What is he pointing at?
So you focus the attention of yourself and the helm, and you can see there's a little like sliver of something inside the portal that looks different. Like there's this wall of like glowing, nauseous radiation, and there's one little bitty spot that just feels. It doesn't feel good, but comparison to looking everywhere else, making you feel like you're going to throw up. One little spot in the portal that doesn't make you feel like you're going to throw up is kind of refreshing.
What is that?
I assume your ritual was to get through and to be able to see the path. And he kind of gestures around the edge and he points to that thing. I do not know exactly where that goes, but I can sense in here that it is near the Alandar, but not within it. It is a bank.
Oh.
And he'll show you, and
No.
like when
Hang
you
on. He means the. Sorry. I got confused for a moment.
Me too.
When he said bank, I immediately thought of Hercator.
yeah,
Yeah.
he means like the riverbank.
Yeah.
And it will say that like when he draws your attention to it, right? Because he was staring and examining the portal when one did the ritual, right? When he brings your attention to it, you can see that that spot was not there when you first scanned the portal. When you first looked at it, that thing was not there. When one broke through the spell that was on the platform, when you look again, it is obvious to you now that there is this little like pinpoint of something within the portal that is different from the rest.
Can the helm scan where that goes?
I can try. Let's see. I don't. Foxy, you're going to have to remind me what we were doing with your skills and dungeoneering.
So
the mental skills, the old ones, yeah, like the
mental
old
skills are the old ones. Yep. So if you so my current so I am not currently attached to my new sheet on this thing.
Okay.
On this token.
It says you are.
No, on this one, I'm not attached to my new sheet because I still see. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's working. Yeah. So in that case, if you just roll off of this one, I've updated everything to be what it should be.
All right. So. Interesting. Okay. So yes, the helm recognizes it, and it sends you all of the signals for it. But the helm says that actually, let me do this. Bearer, the location is a pocket dimension. I do not have records of it within myself. However, your body responds to the signature. You have records within you.
Oh.
Yeah, so it says there's a pocket dimension there. Mm-hmm. And it does not recognize it, but when it sends the signal and it kind of examines your planner signature, basically your fingerprint, it's like you've been to some place very similar to this, or you've been to this place before. Mm-hmm. I have not.
Okay. Does it mean me physically, Griffle, or does it mean the mantle, the power?
You know from dealing with the helm that it doesn't really know how to interact with the mantle very much. It means physically you.
Okay. Interesting.
When
I
would
haven't been many places without the helm. I picked that up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have we ever had you take the helm off?
I mean, I have willingly taken it off, I think, twice since I got it, and both times were at the request of the helm itself.
Hmm.
And I didn't go. Oh, unless it's connected to the temple, because that was one place. So in my little vignette, I took the helm off and left it on the pedestal. And like,
Mm.
I don't feel like I crossed a planar boundary at all, but I don't know for sure. I feel like I would have recognized it though, because I am attuned to that kind of thing.
I will say I made a knowledge check for you. The check revealed that your Griffle does not recognize the explanation given to you by the helm,
Mhm.
but is able to understand that the helm means that this is someplace that Griffle has been. That the helm doesn't know what it is, but it can tell that it is some sort of pocket dimension.
Okay. It could be some.
Was the helm with you when we were on the wall?
Mm.
Yes, because it was what pulled me out. Well, it sort of was and wasn't. Like it was physically on my body, but it was what pulled me out. It was like the helm was what allowed me to then help you guys to get out. Like the helm actually protected me. I mean, is there a way that we could like could one of many send like shaped consciousness through to that place? And
Oh,
Now
yeah.
that you know what it is, you could. You're likely only going to get like a brief instant of what it is. Because again, you go across planar boundary, the conjuration will immediately fade, but you'll get a snapshot of what's there.
Yeah, let's do it.
So you go, gotta wait for it because it is sort of floating around in the field, right? And you have to sort of look away from it, kind of see it out of the corner of your eye, and then look at it so you don't puke, and then throw your shape consciousness through it and then turn away. So you go, you throw your shape consciousness into it, and when you see through your conjuration, for a second, you see this sort of impossible looking landscape. You see, let me make sure that this is done correctly. Hang on. Okay, it is. You see this like galaxy of stars wheeling above and below. You see off to either side what look to be, at first glance, trees that are extending up and around you in every direction. And then right as the connection's broken, right? Like that last instant, you kind of like look for a second and then you look down, and what at first looks like you're in a forest with trees, when you look down right as the connection breaks, you're not in a forest with trees. The wheeling like galaxy of stars is below you, just as it is above you. And instead of standing on ground with trees growing from it, it's instead like you're standing on one massive tree with branches and individual, like smaller looking trees growing off of it in every direction. Now, the DM is going to ask if you all recognize from that description where this is, because I don't think the characters would miss the description. Like, I think the characters would be like, I think one of many would go, "Oh, I know what this place is." I don't know if Kylie can remember because it's different.
Could it be the balcony of stars that Griffle stood on in the Myrmidon's dream?
Yeah, thinking, the place where I almost like in the dream,
Blew out.
in in the Myrmidon's dream,
Dream
which is a
Concordance.
place the Helm wouldn't be able to go with me because it can't
Yeah.
follow me into Dream Concordance.
That is an excellent guess, but no.
God damn it!
No, it's a really good
I
thing.
know.
It is much older than that.
Oh.
Standing on a tree looking at the stars?
So you're almost like you're floating on a platform made of trees out in space with the stars above and below, as you can see through the roots that are floating in space below you. Let me see.
Totally don't remember that. I know that there was that room in Prosperity that was like all dark, but I don't remember that.
I was not with you for
I
that.
know. That's true.
Somewhere
Yeah.
where I've been. I feel really stupid because I feel like I should be able to recognize this, especially because I've been going through notes a lot recently.
I'm thinking this is the correct thing. It is.
Older.
So I'm going to pull this over. It looks
Read
like
s-
this place.
Oh, with Clotho?
Oh.
Wait, do we think this is where Grandmother Summer is? Where she was like in her little dome?
Winter.
I
Grandmother
have thought
Winter.
that. Yeah.
So it does. When you guys went inside of the ward protecting the spirit of Clotho, right? When you put Clotho into the baby,
Mhm.
there was that thing where you first encountered Dalsath.
Yep.
That's what that place looks like.
Hmm. But when my consciousness went in, I didn't sense being noticed.
You did not.
Could we reasonably assume that because this spot on the portal is not terrible that we could go there?
So,
I-
would you be able to get to it normally? Probably no. So, just to have a physical sort of understanding of this, imagine you're looking at a glowing door, right? That's like 20 feet tall and like 15 feet wide, right? And on this glowing door, there is a dime size circle of green that is
Wizard's
slowly
Escape.
floating around.
Wizard's Escape.
I would say Wizard's Escape is also cool, but the hard part is being able to thread the needle. You have a runner with you who can do this.
Yes.
So if you didn't have Lahios, it would be nearly impossible. I would open it
Okay.
up to being really creative. Lahios can do it.
So hang on. So I think something to consider is if we have freed Clotho and you didn't sense being observed, there might not actually be anything here for us. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying like it could just be an empty plane, like an empty like demi plane where Clotho's spirit used to be imprisoned and is now empty.
It could. But we were told that the grandmothers were on the Prime in pocket dimensions that you had to be invited into.
Yeah. We have not been invited though, have we?
No.
I think this creature is inviting us. He's got his hands wide open.
Yeah. It feels
It wasn't
inviting to
present.
me.
It wasn't present for anyone else. It was specifically when we got here that this automaton appeared.
We gotta go in there. Come on.
And I think,
Yeah, we I agree. We do have to.
yeah, the paths are closed the way and not safe, I think is just him playing hard to get.
Yeah. Mhm. Go sit on his lap.
I ask for consent.
Can I get inside your tummy? big blue god.
Can I thread the needle?
So two questions here. Do you try to project, like, the idea, right? Like, you're saying, hey, I asked for consent. Like, do you try to project like can I come in through the portal to that spot?
Yeah,
Like,
why not?
that is something you'd be able to do. Like, because that's kind of like, when you're on the ship, right? When you go to some place, you will oftentimes send the message ahead to say, hey, can we dock, right? That is a normal thing that the ship helm does. You don't tend to do it with random places that are not like ports of call, but you have the ability to do that. And that would be the closest thing to asking consent.
I mean,
Can
I feel like we did this before with Merc's portal.
You did.
Can I suggest that we pull out our book of How to Talk to Fairies, Volume 1 and 2,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
ask real right for hearth right and guest right?
Yes. So, does Griffle have, hang on. I guess they could use, all right. So you send this through, you do all of the proper appropriate fairy protocols, sending through, asking for permission, asking to be invited in. You get back a sensation through the helm as an answer that makes you feel like you want to write. So the helm basically says, hey, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to translate this to you. But if you'll let me, use your hand, I'm going to write something on the ground. Because he's like, I don't know what's going on. But
yeah,
it wants me to write
Griffle has a notebook, so I get out my notebook.
I accept these cookies.
When you get out the notebook, the helm is basically going to send you a message that says you don't basically saying, like, Bear, you care about this notebook. You don't want me to write this message in the notebook.
Oh, okay.
I hand her a piece of chalk.
Okay, I chalk on the ground.
You go to chalk on the ground, and the helm kind of sends forward, like, you can do that. It's not sure how clear the message is going to be. And then you get the feeling that it's like tugging at the hand that tends to hold your weapon.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, but hang on. That's gonna be destruction, though. Like, oh, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna want to do. Okay, yes, I will do the laser. I'll do the laser.
So you take it. The end of the blade heats up, and then you carve into the ground in these, like, into the brass that you're standing on. It's not like deep enough to like cause structural damage, really, but like when you cut with the blade, the way that you cut isn't like you draw with like a pencil, right? Where like you're with a pencil, you're trying to make marks that are sort of a uniform depth, I guess is the way to explain it. Where this is like clearly arcs, right? So you make these deep these gouges that are like really faint on the edges, and then they're deeper in the middle, and then they come back out. And it's this sort of like dipping in rhythm as you carve into the ground that's sending the message through. So you go, and it takes you a couple of seconds to carve this thing out, and then you carve out a message on the ground, and then the helm sort of relaxes, and you can feel the sensation leave you. Does anyone speak any form of Elven? You can recognize Elven letters regardless of whether you know Elven languages, but does anyone speak any kind of Elven?
Yes. Modern.
Modern Elven. So you know it's definitely not Modern Elven.
Yeah.
You can get semi-close, but you can tell that your translation is missing big pieces, right? Like there's a lot of words that you're just not getting.
When's the last time we did a long rest?
It's been a little bit.
I want to hang on. I want to say, I don't know if I was clear about this last time, but like it took you quite a few hours to fly through the debris field to get to this location.
Yeah.
You should have been able to take a long rest on the ship right before you made it here.
Okay.
Oh.
In that case, would it be worthwhile doing Invoke Summer, looking at this message and possibly the portal and seeing what we can get?
Yes.
Yes,
100%.
absolutely. Yep.
All right. I will use...
although, if we get this from the message, maybe we don't need to.
So you're before you make that decision, yes or no, you're gonna get the translation, right? Like, because one of many feels like she's missing like the syntax pretty heavily from what's being said here because it's so old, but can recognize some of the words well enough through the lens of modern Elven to get pieces.
No gate, no home.
Did the message from the helm that it carved into the ground seem like it was coming from a person or like another automaton?
It very much felt like a living creature. And it felt like when the helm was imitating it, it was like it was imitating one, like you were using your the Forge Master's Malice, like it was extending one claw and drawing on the ground with one claw.
Interesting. Is this the Stitcher?
I don't think so. Because why would it speak Elven? And why would it call you respected servant?
I will say, the last time we entered one of these places, didn't we get met by Delsath and he was like, "Hey, everything's fine. You guys can leave."
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like that. Do you think we're going to
So
find grandmother in an 11-pointed star on the ground?
I hope not, but it is possible that there is a warden
Yep.
for a
Mhm.
prison.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe Drock do his thing and get an actual translation.
Yeah.
Sure. So it was written kind of close to the base of the portal as well, right?
Yeah, this is basically where Griffle is on the map.
All right. So
She
I'll move
wrote it
up.
on the wall.
Okay. Yeah, I'll move up. I'll use Invoke Summer.
So you draw on the summer mantle. As soon as you start drawing on the summer mantle, the entire room gets painfully cold. And as you feel summer like power starting to trickle into you, Morin, where you're standing, you see the bottom right little dodecahedron that's floating in the air start to rapidly spin in the air and start to radiate a deep and pervasive cold.
Yeah, so I'm going to quickly tell him through my unspeakable bond to stop.
Oh, fine.
I'm going to say it's not going to take the power if you stop immediately. Like you start pulling on it and then they say, hey, don't do that. And then you can let it go. I'm not going to have it expend the power. But it does look like the room reacts as soon as you draw on summer. And not even like the whole room does it. It looks like it was that one battery for Black Obat. I'm going to start calling them the batteries. The one battery reacted.
We almost had Drock commune with the one like anti-summer weapon in the room.
Oh, you think these are all like anti one thing?
They could be. And one of many hilariously picked the anti-psionic and then was like, hey, Summer Knight, touch the anti-summer one.
I mean, it would be her luck to pick the two worst ones.
Aw.
Well, but if that's true, if I try to step to another platform, does my weapon react in the same way, Gary?
Do you want to try?
Yeah.
Which platform?
I'll do bottom left.
You get the sensation of discomfort from the weapon, but it doesn't like stop you from stepping across. It doesn't like it, and it sort of like hums, and you get that like numbness along your leg where the flail is laying against your side. It is uncomfortable, but it doesn't stop you.
Okay, and then if I meditate here, like Lahios had shown one, what do we learn? What happens?
The same sense of purpose, of like sealing things, of keeping the ways closed. The basically you get the sense that the Minotaur are telling you like their sort of like holy mission is to keep this place sort of cordoned off and safe. You get that sensation from it, right? You get that sense that this is the correct answer. That's the correct thing to do.
Any divine or anti-elemental readings from any of these?
Doesn't seem to be.
We have no
I'll
enemies.
walk up to each of them in turn and see if there's any like anti-divine or anything I'm carrying, or anti-shard mind.
Does not seem to bother you. There is a thing of if you go and step on one of the platforms, the helm can recognize that there is some power it can't sense nearby. So it like when you get close enough to one of those things, any of them, when you get close enough to one of the batteries, the helm is like, oh, I can sense an absence of something near me. So I know that there is something there, but I can't sense it.
Ah. Like when I talk about loud trees and everyone gets really confused.
Yes. So yes, you go around. They do not react differently to you. Drock, would you also sort of spot test the different platforms?
Yeah, I think so. I'd go around and try them all. So the top left was anti-psionic, right?
So when you go, these three react the same way to you. They all feel, you get that sense of like purpose when you meditate under them, and you feel discomfort from the weapon. So I'm going to assume that you're kind of going around the room, right? You do this one, doot. Where would you go from here?
Yeah. Probably top right. Yeah, just keep going counterclockwise.
You go to walk towards the top right one, and then you step past it. And everybody else watches Drock like go to walk towards it and then like turn away from it and go to the next one.
What?
You missed one!
Do I realize I'm doing that? Or like subconsciously and then I have to like think about it?
What if they can point it out to you? You can logically think about that there are 6 of them in the room, but when you try to like count in your head, all right, I'm going to go to this one and then this one and then this one and then I went to that one and then I go to this one and you even thinking about it, you mentally skip that one.
Wait, which one was it? Sorry, I missed it.
This one.
Top right.
Top right.
Can I go to that platform?
Yeah, it doesn't react to you.
Can
Over here.
Griffle push me towards that platform?
Over here, Drock. Follow the voice in your head that would never mislead you.
Sounds great.
Going close to it, you can sense, if you're paying attention, and there are other people in the room that have primal power, you can sense that there is like a subconscious tug. Like there's some sort of like charm effect from your weapon that prevents you from stepping near that platform.
Oh, from the weapon.
You do not think you could step on that platform with the weapon.
So that one's even worse than the bottom right.
What about the middle one?
These two react the same way. The weapon kind of stops, like it's going to like pull itself off of your side, like it won't go onto there, but you can still sort of make the decision to try without getting the little pulse of charm from the weapon that has you forget.
But the top one is like overtuned, so maybe that's why.
I'm also wondering, like, is each one kind of tied to like grandmother, mother, and daughter somehow?
Could be. Yeah.
Right? And therefore grandmothers might be the most powerful and, just avoid it altogether. But when I went and tried to do the summer mantle, it was only the bottom right that reacted.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
are they but it's
Oh,
the weapon reacting to all three.
but if you're right, if that's the lady, then she's the one who has the knight, right?
Oh, and I would normally, because I didn't specify, and I would normally try and connect to Clotho. Can I try and see what would happen if I used Invoke Summer, but specifically trying to connect to Mother?
So you draw on the mantle and you sort of reach at the edge of your mind, and as soon as you do, the middle one starts to freeze. The air drops dramatically in temperature, and then you release the mantle.
Yeah, so
Good
they're
mind.
I think this is where grandmother is.
yeah, something's tied to like daughter, mother, grandmother, right? But grandmother, for some reason, I can't even attempt.
Well, because we don't know her. She's still
In her
hidden.
bubble.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can't even attempt to get to the platform, right? The weapon fully blocks me, whereas the other ones I can at least attempt.
Oh, yeah. Well, because she's the strongest. Very interesting. Okay, so what will it take for La Hoyos to get us through the portal?
He shrugs and says, I am accustomed to bringing small groups of individuals. Any less than 30 or 40, I should be able to skim with no effort.
And do we need to be small?
He looks confused. Most of you are already small.
I put away
I
my
just wanna
tools
point
for Wizard
out-
Escape.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this, but I do just want to point out we said, hey, can we have Hearthright and Guest Right? And we got back, respected servant dismissed, no gate, no home. So if we then show up like that, that reads to me as a no, fuck off. If we then show up, we don't have any protections under the courts.
Yeah, but what are we gonna do? Find out where Grandma is and just like not go and go home and
No, I
retire from being
agree. I'm
adventurers?
just saying, like, I think we might be in for a fight, regardless. Like, whether that
Oh
be
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
And
okay,
also, if we can't convince grandmother, if she is there and we can't convince her that we mean well, we're screwed.
Yes.
We are somewhere with people. I mean, can we ask Lahaus if he knows anyone who can interpret the Elven? And
Where's
just
Kiki or Renki?
right, like
They're
there's
here.
people around.
He says, I recognize the letters. I can send them for request for translation from dispatch if you think it is of import.
Yes, we should do that.
Yes, please.
is I do not wish to say that I am unwilling, but our dispatch communications are public communications. If I am to ask for a translation, this will be something that is known for dispatch, that any within the organization can read. I do not wish for this to be a surprise.
I don't
So
think it's a problem.
I'm entering it into public record, just letting you know. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
It's fine. It's for an art project.
So, what I want to do is have somebody else make a check for me when it goes to dispatch. Josh, I feel like you haven't rolled a lot of dice so far.
I love rolling dice.
Give
see
me
how
a d20.
many-
I need to look this up.
How many star shadows intercept your message?
6.
You're making a knowledge check for the dispatcher, but it's going to take me a second to look up the dispatcher stats.
Do we want the dispatcher to be an idiot or not in this check? Is the question.
All right. Not too bad. Let's see. So they would get the auto assist. So D20 plus 22, please.
I rolled a 6.
That was your
Okay.
warm-up roll, right? That was before Gary
20
said.
28. What is our DC?
Can we send along our partial translation as a assist?
I mean, you can, but the dispatcher passed the check. So
Is there anything we can do to make it harder?
Yeah, have Drock roll.
Yep. There
Oh.
it is.
It's Drox the problem.
Huh.
Drock, wait in the car.
Yep.
Split the
I will say
party.
that the dispatch will basically send back that there probably is other like cultural context that it doesn't understand, but it thinks that this is a pretty decent direct translation, i.e., mechanically they succeeded. They did not have the higher tier of success, and they're aware that like we're missing context here.
I mean, any of the cultural context the dispatcher is missing, we have. So
I mean,
Wow. So do we go and just leave Drock behind? That doesn't feel good.
I mean, Mother Winter didn't kill me. Grandmother Winter probably won't.
Yeah, but she did make a point of saying like it was only because you freed her that she was able to like do you a favor because you did her a favor.
Yeah.
Here's an idea. How about we'll go do this and you fight Aemon real quick. And then in the middle.
You know, we don't
We'll do
split
our
the
thing.
party, so we
You do
don't
your
die. I feel
Wait,
like
what if what if we have Drock fight Aemon right here and push her into the portal? And then we're like, see, we gave you a summer night.
I don't
You
think
want
she
to let
would
us
come
in
here.
now?
Yeah.
I don't
It's
think
like a
she'll
little-
come here. I don't think she would be baited in, to be honest.
Like a tribute. An offering.
I like it.
And also, Aemon seems to be doing good work here. I'm just
Ooh.
saying.
We can create a linked portal between that little green dot and our spin disc, and then we can invite her to come on our ship and spin her away through the portal.
Oh, Aemon, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant Grandmother Winter.
No.
I'm trying to think. So, okay. Here's a wild idea that just came to my head. I'm just spitballing here. Didn't we learn that Al Shaib wanted to stay as a djinn,
Mm-hmm.
but was interested in aligning himself with the Winter Court because of
Yeah.
Summer's betrayal.
Yes, we did learn that.
What if we offered Al-Shaib the opportunity to go meet Grandmother Winter?
I mean, that's probably a cool idea, but also, geez, I don't know if I trust him anymore to have our best interests at heart.
You could do a wish, or you know.
No, I set him free. He no longer does my bidding.
So I will say, in terms of like trust, I have it on like 99% certainty that not only is he the force that powers the abilities of our ship to do things like plane shifting and like all that, like all the cool stuff, um, he is like freed from the ability, like he's freed from the necessity to do that and has continued to do it for us.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think that he's like against us, but I do think that he like is out for himself.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, he could have just been like, okay, I'm out of here, thanks, guys. And he chose to stay and help us. Like, he chose to continue to stay and help us.
Yes, but I think like if it came down to us or him, he would
Yeah.
not hesitate.
Also, we kind of don't want to be. Sorry. Hey, bitch! I think, like, we kind of don't want to offer him this choice because if he takes it, we are stranded here. Like, we don't have a way to get out.
Mm.
I'm not even certain that the ship would function without him at all. Like, I'm not certain. Like, I know that he's the cause of all the like special abilities, like the plane shifting and stuff like that. I don't even know if we could do regular propulsion without him. Because the way we propel ourselves forward is basically like open the exhaust to like elemental chaos and use the force of that exiting the portal to push us forward.
So what do you want to do?
Could we send back and say like uh if we leave the night behind, can we enter?
Um, let's see.
We can't miss a chance to speak with Grandmother Winter. And I think we just got confirmation that it is her.
Okay. So let me see.
And I guess Grandmother Winter would know what I did for Mother Winter, right? Like they're still at least somewhat connected, which is probably why I got a warning at all.
Mm-hmm.
Seems likely, yeah. Although we don't really know like how they're connected to each other. We just know that they are.
So that is the message. I'm going to assume that you do the same thing, right? Like you send the message through, it goes back, you carve the response onto the platform.
Okay. Wow.
I got a warning. You guys got death.
Wait, do you guys think she could kill Delseth?
I think that didn't we learn that it would like hurt her nature?
Right.
I thought it would hurt. Oh, with Mab's nature? Mother Winter? Which one said it would hurt their nature?
Well, Dalseth was the Winter Knight, right?
Yes.
But or I think what yeah, like to destroy Dalseth, Winter and Summer Queens had to like work together.
So
And that was against
specifically,
her
to
nature.
take the power of the Winter Knight away from Dalseth, the queens would have to work together. Because Winter cannot like actively destroy one of their own vassals and assets.
Why couldn't Summer just straight up destroy it?
You don't know?
I thought there was something about like because he traded with the adversary, like he became part adversary or something, like there was something about the way that he became immortal that meant that it wasn't just like a normal situation.
Correct. I'm not going to fill in the details, but you are correct. It was the way that he did it that made it, and that was something that Dalseth told you at some point, was you can't actually destroy me. And the only way to destroy me is the queens have to work together, and that will never happen.
Dalseth's on our ship right now. Maybe we should put him in the portal.
But that wouldn't be the queens working together.
But a grandmother is like an order of magnitude stronger than a queen.
Were we told it was the mother, or did we even know? Like, would it be the mothers working together, or a grandmother could? I don't know if I'd risk it, is what I'm saying.
Maybe Griffel should tell her that we have Dalseth.
Yeah, I'm gonna compose a message. I want your guys' approval before we actually send it, though. Oh man. So again, like I'd be consulting with the the thingos.
The helm, yeah.
No, I'd be consulting the rules, like how to phrase
Oh,
things
yeah.
properly. But essentially, I think what I want to say is like we have your knight.
Would you want to tell her that he's corrupted?
Yeah. What do you guys think?
Great.
Sure.
Yeah, that's great.
Because or I think I would probably add because don't we know that they can't choose another knight until he's destroyed? Like they just
If they-
don't have a knight.
They follow the rules.
Yeah. So I think I would add like something like that.
I don't know, like I'd leave the last bit off, like telling the queen what she can do, right? Like she knows. I'd leave that bit off. And maybe say help or guidance in destroying him. Right? See if she'll just tell us how.
Well, we know some options, but they're all hard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She might give a better one or say send him here. But humility is kind of what I'm thinking, right? Like,
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think just the first part's good, Griffel, because I agree with Jock.
okay, yeah.
And I don't think we need to add anything else because we seek your help in destroying him. She might say bring him here or
Not-
tell us what to do or
Yeah, okay, so yeah, in that case I would leave the last part off, yeah. I think she understands the implication.
All right. So for clarity, what is sent is we have your knight, the betrayer Dalseth, who was corrupted, and you don't include the we seek your help in destroying him.
No, so we include that we seek your help in destroying him, but we don't include that you may then choose another.
Gotcha. All right. This is the response that you get.
wait, what? I hunt both knights now corrupted. Is she talking about Amon?
maybe.
Oh, she
Yeah,
could be.
probably.
So
I
you
wouldn't-
have the book of rules, which you are explicitly currently consulting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That last section, offer challenge for Hearthright, is a section of the Accords. And it basically is a thing saying it's sort of like offer challenge is kind of like kind of think of like you sending like a Knight of the Grail out for like a Grail quest, right? It's like a way to say, hey, I will show that I am virtuous, and then you get a knighthood, right? So it's like there is a kind of like a trial, but it's not necessarily like a explicit thing. It's basically you showing that you are worthy. And if you do so in the appropriate way, like if basically you follow all of the protocols and you say that you will offer your word not to attempt to compel me, then I will give you the chance to earn Hearthright. That's the better way to say it. If
Okay.
you give your word, you will not attempt to compel me. I will offer you a chance to earn Hearthright.
Okay.
Hell
So
yeah.
I want to send back. Um. Thoughts?
I like it.
Sure.
Yes.
This is fun. certain death, certain death in front, possible death behind. All in a day's work.
Mince bone. Who dat?
You're not certain, but it is definitely given as like a proper name.
Does mince bone have big claws?
Mincebone probably has big claws.
Yeah.
So basically, it says, if you say that you're not going to try to compel, you can at least come and give audience and basically make your case.
Oh, we can come in?
Yeah, you can come in and make your
Exciting.
case.
Okay.
With the knight or without the knight?
Yeah.
The assumption is that the knight has to come because the knight is the only one that is allowed to officially offer challenge. They're the only one with status, right? You can't offer challenge. You can't try to show that you're worthy unless you have status, unless you have like a noble title. Like
Yeah,
a
and she
normal
says you
creature
are
can't.
respected. Bow to knight's office.
Oh, you're
Right.
the face of the party in this one. Gosh.
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
So the summary of it basically says, if you didn't have the knight, I would just kill you and move on. Because you have the knight, if you go through some hoops, I will allow you to come here and try.
Very kind of her.
This is so scary. This is the scariest. So like on the scale of scariness, right? Like An is pretty scary, and then like Mab was pretty scary, and like kind of in her own way, like Lachesis was also kind of scary as well. And like this is the scariest person we've met so far.
Yes.
Is that only because we have no idea who? Like, we're assuming it's, Grandmother Winter, but truly we don't know.
So she is potentially the oldest being in the universe.
Yes.
She is the original Grandmother Winter. She has been here since the beginning of time as we know it. I think maybe you could make a case for Iris being like outside of time and therefore potentially like older.
Yes.
But
But she seems so chill.
she does not seem chill. What are you talking
What? Iris? She's so sweet.
about?
So you guys step through.
Yeah.
So it is pretty intensely uncomfortable to plane shift and to skim, like with Lahios like holding on to you. Do you guys remember in the vision where he's like rocketing through like checkpoints to if you haven't read the vision in a long time, it's fine. But like
Yes.
he's basically flying through space and intuiting his way to fall through holes in space in the correct way to make it to where he's going without hitting anything. It doesn't feel like you're flying. It doesn't feel like you're plane shifting. What it feels like is that you're being dropped down a tunnel with walls that are constantly moving. And what he's doing is he's reorienting you so you fall without hitting the walls as they come really close and then expand out and then come close again. So you pop out after maybe 30 seconds and your feet sort of thud onto the ground. And when you actually come out, there is this sort of sound. And when you look behind you and you can feel this sensation of something washing over you, you can see that you've passed through a curtain. And behind you, it's still sort of kind of clinking and tattering together. And you've just stepped out of what looks to be like a little hut. And instead of having a door on the hut, instead it has this broad curtain with all of these little bones that are tied onto the curtain. And that sound is the sort of rattling of all of these small pieces of bone as you step through the curtain and stand on top of the branch of a massive tree. And you can see down below you that there is starlight, and above you there is starlight. And as you look out around you to a little bit, you can see that anything more than about 15 feet away just sort of fades into the background, almost like it's almost like an illusion or a mirage. It just kind of goes into this sort of purplish haze. You can see that the ground around you has markings on it, and there are these sort of large like mushrooms growing in pads on different sides of the walk path. And you can see in front of you that there are these semi-regular like cuts, like deep cuts in the tree below you. It doesn't look like it's gonna damage it to the point where like it's not gonna cut the thing that you're standing on, but they are sort of these like purposeful gouges made into the ground, and you can sort of see them on the map here. So if you see these,
Mm-hmm.
those are the like little gouges on the ground. It is cool but not cold here. It's like it feels like it's maybe like like an early fall night. So it's 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 40, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere in there.
Place is huge.
This is a big map.
All right, Drock. Lead the way, Sir Knight.
Sure. So does there look like there's a clear place we need to go, or do we just need to start exploring?
You don't see any signs or stuff. And again, once you get past about 20 feet, it's just a blur of purplish color.
Is Sharp Prey here?
He would not have been summoned when you stepped through. He would not have been able to follow you through the plane shift. But you could bring him in here if you wanted to.
I would.
So, and as soon as Sharp Prey summons, he freezes immediately.
Oh, little guy.
And you can tell like he's like stuck there, and you can tell like he's like if you think of someone who's like surprised and like wants to grab for a weapon but also doesn't want to move, that is the sensation that you get from Sharp Prey. Like wants to defend himself, is afraid if he moves he's gonna die.
Can I comfort him?
What do you want to say, or what do you want to sense?
I would say that we have been invited to offer challenge for Hearthright.
It sends back, this place designed only to hunt.
Then you should
And
fit
it
in.
kind of sends you the sensation of like, kind of like the idea of like a predator's territory, but something much more specific than that. Like a section of the predator's hunting ground that it has specifically marked off to kill things.
I don't want to actually like trigger the power, but I've used Summer's Mantle enough. Like, would I like kind of like prod at it and see if it's something that would work without actually triggering it?
You do not get that resistance that you got when you were in the other place, when you're in the other room. You feel if you called the power here, it would come to you.
Okay, and is the weapon doing anything?
It is not reacting to this place.
Okay, and I've talked to the weapon a couple times. If I tried to commune with the weapon, like, do I get any response?
What do you try to say? You feel that there is the presence of the queens is there in the weapon, but Excuse me.
I want to ask. Actually, I want to say, do you know who Mincebone is?
Hmm. When you go to say it, there is like a pulse, and since you guys have been looking for this, you will recognize that one of the heads of the flail sort of makes Drock skip a word in his sentence. Drock, you don't notice it.
Is it Mincebone?
Yep.
Nope.
You get the impression that it is protecting you from saying that.
Okay.
Can I use our gem of illusion seeing to see?
Ba, 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 ba.
And so, and while you're thinking about that, so it blocked me from saying it, but do I get any response?
The response is that it stops you from saying it.
Just that. Okay.
So what I would say is you feel like you can use the gem, but you're only going to get one-time use of it.
Mm-hmm.
And your characters are aware that the space that you're in feels enormous and you're not going to be able to get the whole thing. So like, can you use the gem to see something? Yes. But you're going to get one use of it and you're not going to be able to like reveal the whole map with the one use.
Okay. So maybe I'll wait.
So might want to do that for something that's more focused.
Yeah. Okay.
Am I able to ask my weapon, like, what is this place? And see if I'll get anything from that?
It does not respond.
Okay.
The weapon, you're not normally able to commune with it easily, right?
I know.
It's not like it's being coy. It's just, it's not reacting more than normal. Like normally you would expect to get no response. The fact that it has responded a couple of times in the scene, in these past few scenes, is unusual for your weapon.
Yeah, no, I know, and it's not something I do often, and it's still kind of a newish idea, so definitely expect it to not work all the time. But,
well,
interesting that it stopped me from saying Mincebone still.
Should we start walking down the branch?
Yeah, I guess we'll start walking, and, as per the map, clockwise.
Right, move your token up. You get to a sort of a branching path. And you can see it does, go down and up. So it goes around what seems to be like the edge of the canopy of branches. And then the other way, it looks like it goes sort of more towards the center of the feel of the tree, right? You can't see much what's there, but you feel like you're on sort of the outer branches where there isn't a lot of sense of stuff out in the void. And as you get closer, you can see that up on this little piece that sticks up, there is a slug that is sort of laying over part of the piece of wood that's sticking up that is like 8 or 9 feet long. And you see the front of the slug, rather than having what you would expect to have the front of the slug to have as like a normal looking face, it has this cat's face with these sort of very like broad grin on its face with these extremely sharp teeth. And the two little like antennae or two little stalks that would normally stick up for the slug's eyes, instead of being stalks of the eyes, you can see they are this like multicolored thing that looks like a it looks almost like a tie-dye version of these tufted ears that stick up above the face. It looks at you as you approach, Drock.
I mean, do we just try and talk to slug. Do I sense anything from it, or just kind of just there?
It's looking at you, smiling.
Oh, smiling. Okay. I'll just walk up and say hello. See what it does.
I will not bid thee welcome, Senite.
Sorry, I just don't know how to respond to that.
I'll say that Griffle can feel there's a certain sort of like ping from the helm that makes you feel like this is the same voice, more or less, that you were speaking at. Like the helm recognizes, oh yeah, that was the
Okay.
thing that I was trying to impart by drawing.
Yeah, I'll send to Drock. I'll be like, this is the guy we were talking to. Issue your challenge.
Issue my challenge. Or do we actually have to do a challenge, or just?
So the challenge is the challenge is not like, oh, we're gonna fight. It's more show that you are worthy, right? Like that you're gonna be tested in some way.
Okay. So we'll just say kind of what we were saying before. We are freeing the queens, both summer and winter, to restore balance and remove corruption. We seek your guidance in these efforts.
I have said will not be compelled. You gave word through another. Need word from Knight's mouth. Gearkin known for being tricky.
And so what exactly does it mean by not be compelled? Like be forced, or?
You're not going to trap her in a bargain. I hand you the book. Open to the correct page.
Gearkin. Is that Goliath? No, wait, what are you again? You're a
Bugbear.
hob? A bugbear.
Hobgoblin.
No, wait, I'm a
You're a-
bugbear.
You're a bugbear.
We've been in each other's bodies too much. We're getting all confused.
You're a hob.
Yeah. So what's Gherkin?
You.
A gherkin. Yeah.
Yeah, Gherkin.
You're a gherkin. You're a little pickle.
Hey, pickles.
Oh, I'm not great at talking to creatures like this.
So what we hang on, Drock. Let me give you a refresher on what we know. Is so like you and me and Philly are all goblinoids, and we're all supposed to be immortal parts of the wild hunt, like the Court of the Wilds, with like Merc and Hearn the hunter and all that jazz. So like we're supposed to be the counterbalance between summer and winter.
Okay.
Yeah.
As was said by others, I will repeat again, we do not wish to compel. We only wish for guidance and assistance.
You see a shudder go across the snail, and then the slug, and the sort of broad, toothy grin fades for a moment, and the voice says,
You make bargain kept. I will not be compelled. Thank you, Senite.
and then you see it sort of like nod its head, and then as it nods, you see that smile, like the sides of the face, the sort of little tufts of fur that go off to the side of the face, little tufts of ear that are above where the eye stalks are. They fade away, and the last thing you see is the big toothy grin fade away into nothingness. And there's just a big slug sitting there looking at you.
Like a normal
this-
slug now?
I mean, it's very big, but it does look like a normal slug. Yeah.
Do you think this is grandmother talking through?
Maybe, yeah.
That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking just now, yeah. Other than like the Alice in Wonderland vibes.
Hmm.
With the caterpillar, he just needs a pipe. But yeah.
It was creepy as shit.
For the Alice in Wonderland vibes, ideally, your character would not have this reference. The player might notice that the way that it went away was very like the Cheshire cat when it withdraws.
Yeah. Yeah, I put in the chat, I don't know if you guys have played the new God of War, but Yggdrasil, the walking on the tree to teleport from area to area, this reminds me of that, and then the Alice in Wonderland, like just a mashup of the two.
Mm.
All right, so I will take that as permission to continue moving forward. When he disappears, like, do we get to see any more, or is it still about the 15, 20 feet kind of range?
You can still see about 15, 20 feet. And then what you can also tell is that when you like look down the left path, right, from your perspective, just up on the map, you look down the right path. Wherever you're looking, you get a little bit more distinction, and then the other one sort of like clouds in behind you. Almost it feels like you paying attention to it, you can see slightly further, but at this decision point, you can see even less far. You can only see like 10 feet. And if you focus, you can see like 15 feet down that path. But it's like whenever you get to a point where there's a decision, the world sort of closes in around you.
All right, in true gamer fashion, I'm going to go the way I don't think it is to explore first. Yeah. So what happens if I walk up the left path?
Then the path opens up ahead of you. You can see a little bit further into the distance.
All right, well, I'm just going to keep going, I guess, if people are following. And as a gamer, you always pick the path you hope is wrong first. But this is going further than expected. So, as we're walking, is there anything else that we notice, anything that stands out, or just all kind of more of the same?
Looks very similar until this next part. So as you walk forward, you can see
Are
that
those
there
scratches?
scratches. You can see there's more of the scratches. You see around here, around this area here, there looks like there is like big rents taken out of the wood. There's like blood splattered all over the little bits of like tree that are sticking up around it, right? Because this is sort of a 2D top down, but you can kind of imagine that it also goes out to the side, and then there's like it feels like you're in a forest, not you're just on like a tree branch in the void. So when you get to here, you can see that there's obvious signs of like fighting and like blood and things that are broken all in this area.
Okay, well, we've been given permission to not die, so I'll just cautiously keep going.
So as you step forward, it smells like utterly disgusting when you walk into that area. There's a smell of like old bog and decay. It smells like the most stagnant, swampy water you've ever encountered as you sort of walk through the area. And there is underneath it all like a smell of like blood and like old wet fur.
All right, I'll ask the group, should we continue this path or double back and try the other way?
Sorry, I had to step away. This way is bloody and gross.
Yeah. And signs of fighting and smells like an old bog with craziness going on.
And we don't know about the other way.
Nope. Don't know about
We
the
don't
other
know
way
anything
yet.
about the other way. I mean, if this is the god of the hunt, or they're affiliated with the hunt, it might be worth continuing going down this.
Yeah.
Well, I thought she's not affiliated with the hunt, right? That's Hearn. She's like just
Uh,
death in general. But yeah, I get your point.
All right. We'll plug our noses and push forward.
Right. So you get to, whoops, that did not work. You get to what looks to be another one of those crossroads, right, where the decision points kind of narrow down. And you can see that there's a branch going down into the left and a branch that's going down to the right, and then a branch going right. Both of the branches here and here are like, show the same sort of signs, like there's been like fighting. The one to the left is basically completely coated in blood. And the one here shows signs of like struggle and there's like blood and stuff, but it's not like the entire branch is completely coated in a layer of blood. You do not see signs of anything like marking the ground moving to the right.
I'm gonna keep going with Morin's logic, and the bloodier the path, the more the chance it's correct. Everyone good with that?
Sure.
I'm muted. Sorry. Drock, as you step onto this, I need you to make me an endurance check, please.
Jeez Louise, I rolled a 3.
Oh no.
It is DC 23, so you made it just on. You feel sort of like nauseous. The presence of the blood gives you this, like when you step onto it, gives you this overwhelming sense of like sickness and disease. You feel like there's something in the blood, and being even near it is going to have the potential to like corrupt you or to make you sick being close to it. You think it's not just you, right? Like you're the one in the front, but other people that go through this are going to have to deal with the blood the same way.
All right, if it's that bad, I don't want to push through, so we'll try the next bloodier path and see if we can get through without that kind of effect.
Down this path, you don't have to make a check. You can just step around the bits of pieces of blood, and you see another one of these little huts. There is another curtain, but the curtain looks like it's slashed off about at an angle about chest height. You can see into the dark interior that seems to be empty. But all of the stuff leads to this hut. And Griffle, as you're sort of like looking, you're walking behind, you can see around the edges of where the entrance to the door is, like faint markings of planar energy. You think that this was at some point a planar portal.
I mean, it's possible that all of them were, because we entered from like this one up here. I suspect that they were all at some point ways to get in and out of here.
All right, so it kind of seems like a dead end if the portal's not there. All right, and we'll try the last
I
path.
think maybe going through this is part of the challenge.
Going through
The blood.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I can roll some pretty crap rolls and get through there. Because if it's endurance, I'm fine.
Yeah, you have pretty high endurance, and also,
Right.
like, I still have pretty high heal, so even if people do get diseased, I can help people recover. And I think Philly can too, as well.
I did like the logic. I just, didn't want to make that decision without the group. So if we want
Yeah,
to
no,
try...
I mean, like, explore other options before we do the horrendously dangerous thing, but it seems like we're going to have to do these... I think finding the path forward is part of the challenge.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can try this other path, the upper one, for now.
You keep moving forward. So you're gonna go kind of earmark the bloody path might be the way forward. We're gonna try sort of if there's any sort of easier paths forward first.
Or some sweet loots.
So as you go forward, you can sense that you're getting into like a thicker arm of a spiraling area, and you can see that in the spot in front of you, there are a couple of pieces of the ground that kind of looks like the wood on the tree or the bark on the tree, like something popped up from inside of it and sort of split it open. Do you guys know can you imagine what like a barnacle looks like? Kind of imagine that sort of thing, like a barnacle popped up through the wood, and sort of leaves this kind of like popped up exploding looking thing where there's big rents in the bark all around you.
Gross.
And you can see that in the areas around where those things are, there's little piles of like mush, like decayed mush in puddles that look like they're maybe like 6 inches deep. It is not difficult to step around them.
Okay. Do you guys want to keep trying this path then?
Do we think that things are going to pop out of the wood at us?
It's possible.
Can I throw a rock here?
So you take a rock, you throw it out, and as soon as the rock enters the field where the like little weird like exploding like looks like it exploded out of the tree, you can see little ripples of energy as it passes through what looks like wards. You're familiar enough with like wards and rituals to recognize that was a like permissible pass through. You think that if you didn't have permission to go through this area, that stone would have just bounced off like a wall.
Do I feel like it had permission because it's a rock, or
You think it had permission because it was you.
okay?
So like for example, like a magic circle is a basic barrier. If you're not someone that's included on the list of like people that's allowed to go through the thing, nothing you can do, like you can't pick up a stone and throw it across, it'll bounce off, right? It's any sort of like will and intention of the things that are warded against will just bounce off of the ward. You get the sense that the ward is there, but your action was allowed to bypass it.
Okay, so we are probably safe to go this way.
All right. I will cautiously
Based
press
on that.
forward.
So as you go down here, there's a pretty steep decline, and you're having to go at like maybe a 30 to 45 degree angle. There are enough like grooves and spots on the thing, especially with the big pieces that are exploded out of the ground, that it's not hard to kind of move between like spot to spot. But it's kind of slow going, right? Like you're having to be careful, like you're going down a steep hill with like tree branches or something to kind of go and step between so you don't slide all the way to the bottom. You can see that those big mushrooms that stick out in different places, the mushroom that is here, that is next to the edge of that sludge, is completely coated in that black sort of rotting smelling sludge. And the bits and pieces of purple that stick up through the sludge are like glowing iridescent bright. You continue forward. You can see that it does to the north, the passageway continues on, but there is a pretty big like thoroughfare that you're in, right? You're on this huge piece of trunk. And you can see you get to another choice, another crossroads. To go right or to go down.
And there's no more like signs of blood or anything like that on either one?
No, and at right where you get to the crossroad, this is the end of the sort of exploded tree bark section. So that's all up in here. Right here is where that stops.
Any thoughts, guys? Right or left?
And so we just like fully cannot see far beyond.
Even to the
Yeah.
point, I'm not going to actually cover the map up, but like
Yeah.
if you look behind you, you can't see more than about 15 feet.
Gotcha.
All right, let's head right and go that way.
So as you keep moving forward, you see you kind of were going down a pretty heavy incline, and then now you're going up a slight incline onto a bigger section of branches. And you can see that down below you, there is like below below you is in like on the map down, but it's at the same level that you are. You can see that ahead of you there is what looks to be like a cloud of mist that is off in the distance, and there's a strange smell in the air.
Strange, like sickly or sweet or.
It is musty and distinctive. Someone might be able to give me like a heal or nature check to try to identify the smell, because it's one of those things of like it is a very distinctive smell, but it is something that is hard to place if you're not thinking about it.
I'm
like
good
to
at
heal check.
nature.
So up to one person can heal and up to one person can nature. So Griffgall did the heal. So it is technically a knowledge check. So it'd be 24. So that's not quite enough. The 27 is enough. Griffle, this smell is something that you've smelled before, usually around pretty severe injuries. Oftentimes, if people have like badly mangled bodies or like broken bones, or most often in to do with like teeth, there is this smell of like burnt or broken old bone. So for modern people, if you've ever had the unpleasantness of knowing what it smells like if you get like drilled into by a dentist, it is that smell.
Gross.
So sort of like bone marrow-ish.
Yeah, like bone dust.
Yeah.
All right.
Obviously relay this.
We'll keep moving then.
Just gonna say, like, you guys notice Griffle takes an extra long sniff and doesn't appear to be that bothered by the smell.
So you can see that ahead of you, there is this just wall of dust. It's not enough that you can't see through it, but it does sort of distort the air slightly. I don't know if it's showing up correctly on the map, but let me make sure this is displaying correctly.
I mean, I see an
There's
aura.
an aura up ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
what you
no!
that is what you should sense. It should look like an aura.
Okay, cool.
So,
Jock likes testing auras. I step in.
so before you step in, when you get to the edge, there is this like rippling sense of something ahead of you, almost like a curtain being pulled back. And you get the sensation that as it goes back, it's like like the mirage is pulling away, and you can now see a pretty significant distance in front of you. So I'm going to reveal a chunk of the map. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So here to there to there. Is that correct? There.
Fuck.
That's
There's a
exciting.
unicorn.
That's my favorite thing.
So when the sort of curtain gets pulled back, you can see in the center of this like haze of bone dust, there is this thing that looks mostly like a statue of a horse, but everywhere that there should be sort of like flesh, there is this like old potted and like rotted bone. If you've seen what it looks like if someone has like bone cancer, or like the bone has been left out to rot and corrode, so it has these big holes in it, that's what this thing looks like. Everywhere on a horse where there would be flesh, there is instead this pot-marked bone. It is quite tall. So I think he... All right. So what stands before you is about 13 feet tall from hoof to horn. It is a massive creature that you can see is bowing the ground below it. It stands statue still, and you can see ripples in the bone dust surrounding it as they swirl out away from it, a slow and steady motion, as if it is breathing, but its mouth or chest does not move. It doesn't react to you initially.
Okay, but it's like gonna be my new best friend, right?
You see it.
Gary, say yes.
You see it.
Hmm.
All right, I will step into the aura.
So you step into the aura. As soon as you do, you see the head of the creature sort of orient on you. And there is this moment where you have like a second glance of it looked like the head changed to look at you, but you didn't see it move. It was like it was in one orientation and then it was in another without like intervening space.
Oh my
And
god. Are
when
you
it
doing the
look-
Doctor Who? I hate it.
Wow.
I hate it.
When it looks at you, you can tell it does not have eyes. There's just sockets where the eyes should be. And you are now within the aura.
Which Doctor Who episode are you referring to? I should know this.
The one with the angels where if you like blink, it's like totally different.
Oh,
Mm.
the Weeping Angels.
Yeah, because
Weeping
they
Angels.
move fast. Okay.
It's so
So-
scary.
You guys, you see, Drock, the last thing you see is that it orient on you, and then you feel the cloud of bone dust gather around your face, and this screen of little tiny particles of bone congeal and encase over your eyes, and it feels like the brows of your eyebrows, like the ridge of bone there, you can feel it feels like it's growing down and connecting to your cheek.
All right. I will step back out of the aura. And I want to focus on the unicorn as much as I can in this state and see.
You step out of the aura and we roll initiative.
Oh, all right.
You feel like stepping into the aura, it got its attention, and then when you stepped away, it had like a somewhat instinctive response.
Oh. Stepping away triggered it?
Ooh, it rolled poorly. Initiative, please, folks.
Oh my god.
It can't be that bad, right?
I'm actually so excited you guys get to see what I've done for the first time.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, I'm just going to ask. Since Michael couldn't be here, we have about 50 minutes left in session. Do you
I
want
was going to ask, do you guys want to end session a little bit early so that we can kind of start with combat and with Michael here? Because it is possible to resolve combat in 50 minutes, but we'd have to be really cooking. to get through this.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. So I'm good with that, but everyone would have to be.
Yeah, I do not mind ending a little early so that Michael can be here for the combat.
It's good.
Yeah, same.
Cool. I'm also like there are lots of ways. There's lots of like encounter things, lots of little like points of interest on this map that are written on the GM side of things. There's really not a lot of paths that lead to the unicorn. I would be a little sad if you didn't take the path to make it to the unicorn. So I'm glad you guys are going this way.
Wait, so we picked like straight up the one path that led there.
Yeah.
Almost
Like
perfectly.
I'll show you the map at the end of everything. I'll show you guys the full map, and the way that you went is basically the only way to make it to the unicorn.
Mm.
That's
Incredible.
Well, we were never going to take that bloody branch.
What? You guys could have gone way over here. You guys could have gone down instead of across.
Oh.
Gone this way. You did. That's fine.
Legitimately thought the upper path would have ended because I didn't zoom out enough to realize how big this was. So I picked the upper path thinking it would end, and we double back.
Oh. Yeah, this is a giant map.
It is
Uh,
huge. Gary, I have a question that is potentially relevant to other people in the group as well.
Sure.
This is a okay. So talking about the map that we have of the like points of interest where we've got like the points and it's like, you know, Court of Fallen Stars, Summer's End, Hall of the Horned King, all that sort of stuff, right? We have
The star map.
yeah, the star map, yeah. So
Right.
we have like the underneath them we have kind of like the original name and the script as well as like what the kind of thing is, like what the language group is, right? So we've got the Elven ones, we've got the like supernal ones, blah blah blah, so all that jazz, right? So because I, Foxy, as a person, am very interested in languages and am very good at language patterns, there's certain parts of it that I've been looking at for a while being like, if I put my mind to it, I could figure out what those things say. Like I could figure out where the vowels go and like what consonants are commonly used and where thing, and then like once I've got like what each of the letters represents, then it's not that hard to then continue, you know, figuring like piecing it together. However, I haven't said anything about it and I haven't done anything about it because I was like, well, that's metagaming, right? Like that's me, the player, taking that initiative to go like, oh, I know these things and I know the language that the like I'm pretty certain you'll have just written these in like in English but just with like the special characters or whatever. And so I haven't done it and I haven't wanted to do it and I haven't kind of gone about like haven't brought it up because it felt like too much. But it occurred to me the other day, I'm like, well, Griffle also like has an interest in like languages and stuff. Like Griffle started as kind of the naturalist type, who like has a notebook full of all these like things of stuff, right? And like languages do follow patterns. And so I guess I just wanted to ask you, like, would you consider that metagaming? Is this something that you like? What sort of level of like would you be pleased and happy for someone to do that, or would it be like, no, that's spoiling the fun?
I don't know if you're asking me or the group, so I'm going to assume you're asking the group, and then I type my answer.
I will say it like this. I can totally see a pilot absolutely doing that in their spare time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Because
think
that's
there's
what I was
anything
thinking
wrong with
is
that.
like, I would like Griffle would have like probably not a huge amount, but would have downtime to just sit with the star map and has a vested interest in figuring out what these places are, and also has the helm and the ship's computer at my disposal to be able to like run like cross reference and be like, hey, is this correct? Like I don't think it's unreasonable that Griffel would be able to get to the, because I remember when we first got these, like the top level translations, like the ones that say like, you know, Court of Fallen Autumn and that sort of stuff. Like I'm just looking at the top left because it's most relevant at the moment. Like the ship gave us 3 options. It said, do you want the literal translation, like every single word literally translated as it is, or do you want the figurative translation, like this is what I think it means, or do you want the like cultural translation of like this is what people would call it? And I think we picked the middle one. We said, give us your best attempt at what you think it means without any of the like cultural stuff, but don't just do like a word for word. But yeah, like, what do you guys think?
I love that idea.
Yeah. I don't think that Gary just took these English words and put them into a weird font, though. I think it's going to be harder than you think, but I love it.
Yeah, language does still have patterns though. Like,
Yeah,
language, like
totally.
assuming it's an alphabet, it has vowels and consonants, and like there are only so many consonants that can form combinations, and there are only
Yeah.
so many like vowels that you find next to each other and things like that.
Yeah, totally.
When I built the map, I built it so that so if someone wanted to do that, they could do that and get information without it solving everything.
So the answer is yes. You're fine for me to do that?
Yeah, like
Fuck yeah.
it is, because that is also how I might do something. I built it so I could tinker with it without it feeling like I was metagaming and ruining the fun.
Uh-huh. Okay. Interesting. Because I think I already have one of them, by the way. I think I already know what one of them is.
Which one?
Ooh.
Summer's End? I
Okay.
think it is Sunset. You don't have to confirm or deny because I'm making assumptions based off of the structure of words, and I'm assuming that it is English written as the font.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it's
think it's
a
Sunset.
campaign that I can't answer.
Yeah. Yeah. And if that's the case, then like that gives like if that is correct, and if I work off that as my like base assumption, then like anywhere that I see those letters, I can fill in the blanks, and then I can make pretty educated guesses about what the rest of the words might be.
Please keep us posted on your
I
progress.
shall. I shall.
I mean,
This like ever since I saw this, I've been itching to do it, but then I was like, no, that's metagaming. Don't do it.
Oh.
I mean, it's one of those things of I do put a lot of work into setting up my world in such a way that if you dig into the scenery, that you can actually dig and get something out of it. That's the goal, at least, right? That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to do. So I'm not going to tell you to not dig,
Okay.
because it would have been a lot of wasted effort. Because if I just
Yeah.
took,
Okay. Fair enough.
if I just took like Summer's End, and I literally just wrote Summer's End in a font without doing anything to tinker with it, then I'd be like, hey, you can figure it out, but don't. Let's not. But I have intentionally tinkered with it so that if you do choose to do that, you will get more clues to what is going on, but you're not going to get the final answer to everything.
Mm-hmm. And the only reason I got that, by the way, is that like sunset is a specific like. There's only so many words that have like the combination. Assuming it starts and ends with consonants, there's only so many words that have a combination like that.
Mhm.
And then obviously inferring from the context of being like Summer's End being summer being related to like the sun and stuff like that. Like
Silver Spire looks like another one that would be good to dig into.
yeah, I mean, I would be quite keen to do all of them, but I want to go one group at a time because once I figure out what the letters are, it's gonna
Yeah,
be way easier.
It's the same language group and it's got 2 S's, if you're right.
Oh, hang on. Okay, I wonder. Where is it in the map again?
It's like bottom right.
Bottom
Ish.
right.
It's just below where our character tokens
Silver
are to the
Spire.
right.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Let's see.
2 words that have all the same letters except for the 4th letter.
Oh, it is 2. Okay.
Could be shape shake. That's my guess.
Okay.
Or
let
like
me-
Spire something. Spike
Just gonna-
Spire.
Just gonna put that in
Yeah.
there so that we feel comfortable having it there.
Thank you. Yeah.
So Griffle's gonna do good translations, and Morin's gonna put whatever pops into his head.
Let's see.
Also, whoever put that, JP, I have not played that game, but that is exactly what I was imagining this place looking like.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it looks
as
hell, eh?
as soon as you
It looks so
described it,
cool.
There's even a
It's-
slug on the branch there.
yeah, no, it's 100% God of War.
There's even a slug on the branch. What?
What? Am I missing the slug on the branch?
I mean, it's a
Squirrel.
squirrel,
It's a
but
squirrel.
all
Squirrel, okay.
animals are kind of,
Oh, okay.
But
All
it
animals
does
are
have a
slugs
squirrel
as far as we're
face.
concerned.
So that's not unlike a slug with a cat face.
But literally, so you're placed on a tree, and you have to run around and find the portals you're supposed to be going to. And it is just a maze, exactly like what you had.
No, that's cool. No, I didn't know that was a thing.
If you find a
I-
unicorn truck,
Yeah.
I was gonna. Yeah, that'd be wild. Do you fight a fucking unicorn in this place? Because if you do,
No, you don't, sadly. But it's phenomenal.
okay.
If you ever have a chance to play the new God of War games, they're really good story-driven games.
Nice.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think once you know what this place, once you guys figure out what this place is, it's potentially going to be a little different than what I assume the God of War. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the God of War thing is this thing, but yeah, we'll get there. Also, I did not expect you guys were going to talk before going in. Like I thought, if you figured out a way to get in, that you'd find a way to like converse once you were inside. But the whole like ask permission ahead of time and ping with the helmet, I was like, yeah, that would totally work. So that was kind of
Polite.
fun. Huh?
We're polite. We don't just
Yeah,
barge
I mean-
into people's homes when they're the most powerful being in the universe.
yeah, I feel like it's that
Ostensibly.
last part that really like is the important distinction.
No.
Although I do
Oh,
I do think
that
it's
in.
fun when you guys are playing very high level characters. I do think it's fun sometimes to be able to be like, can it still feel can it still feel like there's danger, right? Can the ante be upped a little bit? So it is kind of fun to get to that point and just be like, yeah, we think we're talking, we're pretty sure we're talking with an entity on a scale of power we've not dealt with before, and stepping through this door feels terrifying. I'm glad, because there's the constant sort of complaint of a lot of people that run D&D for long periods of time is that once characters get to the highest ranks of power, it's like, oh well, dealing with them is nearly impossible because they're all just superheroes. They're all like demigods. And there was a moment there where I thought, right up until the end, right until he decided to use Summer as the translator, I thought you were going to leave that room without figuring out what the pillars were doing, or what the batteries were.
Oh yeah, that was a good Drock figured that out.
Yeah, that was fun.
That is a very cool, and yeah, that is pretty much exactly like the colors are a little different, but other than that, like it's real close.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised yet shocked that it wasn't based on this, because it's so, in my brain, so similar.
I mean, perhaps the person who did the art would have done this, but I don't think so. When did that come out?
Oh, a while ago.
Let me look and see if I can see where.
2018.
Then I would wager it informed the stuff, because I don't think this map is that old. The map is from 2020, so my guess would be that it was informed by that.
Yeah, probably. And it's like, it's not a special thing. It's Yggdrasil or the World Tree, right? It's a common concept.
Agreed, but like, there's a difference between a common concept and this being very, very close.
Yeah.
And I'm not even mad about it, right? Like it's.
Oh no. So the cool thing for me, like, when you first get there in God of War, I was just like, wow. And going here again, it's like, wow. Now I'm gonna die, but you know, different wow, but it was really cool.
I'm gonna guess Spine Spire for Silver Spire.
Not Spine Spice. I thought we were getting close there.
Well, Spine Spire makes sense, and if it stops making sense, I'll let you know.
Yeah, because you can always like, okay, now that makes this letter an R, so does it make sense as an R in other places?
Does
right?
it make sense as
Yeah.
an R for other words? Yeah. If once I get the ball rolling on it, it should be a lot easier.
Stone
I put too many
statue.
underscores in the first.
Stone statue has those same presumptuously S's in the
Stone statue.
put it in the Discord.
Now, I don't want to do this until like way after, but at some point, I'd be curious to then see how good AI would be at trying to like
Oh, well, we
take
do it
all
in
of
1
this.
second. It would be not fun.
No, but
Yeah, I would rather do this.
that's what I'm saying. Don't do it, but I'm curious, like, once we're done, and like this might be like after the campaign ends and everything, like with the context it has from the sessions, with, you know, the translations on the map, and then that text, I wonder if it even could.
That's what we know so far is stone statue.
Isle?
Again, we're running off the assumption
Isle.
that Sunset is correct, which it could absolutely not be.
Right.
Because at the moment we only have some letters confirmed. I'm gonna assume Spine in Silver Spire is correct because there aren't any other
It could be
words that make
stone.
sense. STO? STO?
Stone's door.
Stones. Door.
Stone stove.
Stone.
Stove store.
Door.
Stove store.
Silver Spire is the
Yes,
store.
it actually
The for-
could be, and I don't think about that.
The Forerunners are just like, this place has a really good appliances
Yeah.
stove store. And 3,000 years later, we're like, what the fuck does this mean?
Stone.
I was doing, because I was supposed to record videos today. I was doing a like scripting for the videos and like running over stuff so I could say it. And one of the videos is about running a low fidelity campaign, like running a campaign where you don't have characters that are trying to lie or deceive the characters. You don't have NPCs that are trying to lie or deceive the characters. You just have NPCs with like semi-realistic perspectives who like have their own opinions on things. They jump to conclusions. They try to give an accurate telling of things, but they're eyewitnesses to an event maybe, and that is notoriously unreliable. So it's like you when you have even just 1 degree of separation between the event and the players, if you put any sort of thing where it's like, oh, this person is an unreliable narrator, not because they're trying to be, but because they focus on details that are not the details that the players need for whatever their quest is, right? Or they make assumptions, right? They smelled sulfur and they said they've reported that there were demons found in the wood, right? Like, so you have all these different things, and then once you get to the point where there are 2 people, then all bets are off. Where when you filter something through 2 perspectives, it's becomes so incredibly muddled that unless you're thinking about things like, oh, I need to unwind, right? I need to think about this person has a perspective and try to figure out like, okay, why would they say the stuff that they do in the way they do to kind of get backwards from it. It was really fun. It was I think it'll be an interesting video, and I hope somebody finds it useful. Just because it is one of my favorite things to do with you guys, because you're bought into the idea that that I've put that kind of effort into the campaign, so you can think about it and feel like you're rewarded once you can get to the answers.
I think I have something.
What?
Stone isn't fitting. I think it has to be a P.
Okay.
Phone.
Spone.
Spone. Spones.
I think
Spoke.
that the little backwards C one in the middle there is an I. I like isle for stone statue. The second word of stone statue.
Yes, and that's the
Mm.
line that I was taking as well. Is like 4-letter words are kind of easy to figure out because there's only so many combinations of things. And yeah, isle is fitting.
Shire.
So if I edit this and we make an assumption that this is isle, that gives us the I and the L and the P.
Yep.
Which makes spine spit something. Spine. It's not. It could still be spite. Spine spite or spine spire, or
Spike.
it's not. Yeah.
Also, Gary, I think we need to point Griffle towards that game you wanted me to play that I had already seen, the language one. I forget what it's called, though.
Chance of Sanaa, already played it.
Oh, I love that game.
Good,
It's so
good.
It's amazing. It's so good.
Yeah. It's such a great game. That doesn't give us anything more on Stone Statue. But I will keep working on it.
All right, I'm going to stop the recording here, as fun as it is to probably listen to us just talk about.
I'm not saying you guys have to go anywhere. If you guys are having fun doing this, by all means. My Thunder over Louisville is here, is
Ooh.
tonight. So there's a big like party tonight.
Nice.
And the girls stayed over late at my mother-in-law's, and I just heard them get home. So I'm gonna go help
Cool.
get my kids to bed.
All right. Take care,
All right.
everyone.
Bye,
It was
Gary.
fun.
Sounds good. See
Yeah.
ya.
Yay.
Grandpa, keep me posted on this. I'm really intrigued.
Yeah, me
I mean,
too.
do you like? I'm kind of motivated to work on it now, and I don't mind like sitting in cool while we do it. It's up to you guys.
Well,
I
I'll
have
kill the
to run.
recording and then decide from
Yeah,
there.
kill the recording. Yeah.
Yep.